now comes from MathWorks, creators of MATLAB and Simulink software for technical computing and model-based design. MathWorks, accelerating the pace of discovery in engineering and science. Learn more at mathworks.com. And Vertex Pharmaceuticals, where cell and genetic therapies teams are committed to using innovation to create and deliver transformative therapies for people living with serious diseases. Information and career opportunities are at vrtx.com.
It's here and now. During the opioid crisis, public bathrooms have become ground zero for overdoses. From coffee shops to libraries, it's not rare to find people who've OD'd, who've died. Boston Healthcare for the Homeless is located in an area where drug users come for addiction treatment, but some of them also use drugs in the healthcare center's bathroom. So in 2017, workers asked their electrician to come up with a system to prevent overdoses, and he did. Lev Fasher is addiction reporter with our editorial partners at STAT, the health and medicine publication. Lev, what a story. Remind us, bathrooms can lock, but why else are they popular with people using drugs?
Essentially, bathrooms are a very common place for drug use, especially among unhoused people, because they are often clean, they are well lit, there's running water, so people who are looking to inject drugs in particular are likely to seek out a public restroom as a space to do so.
And the workers at the Boston Healthcare for the Homeless approached John King, their electrician. We contacted John King. He says when he was asked to come up with something, he talked to a doctor to figure out what happens during a drug overdose.
During an overdose, you're not moving whatsoever. So being an electrician, movement and motion, that's where I came up with, well, I'll use some type of motion sensor. And then when it stops monitoring motion, that's when I knew I had one of the key factors to make a system work.
So Lev, John King, if we're hearing right, figured out motion sensors. How did he set them up? How does it work?
So John calls them reverse motion detectors because essentially they don't detect motion, they detect the absence of motion. So if someone's in the restroom and the door has been locked behind them for 2 minutes, 45 seconds, and no motion has been detected, that's when these alarms go off. And that's when medical staff can come, force the door open if necessary, and do the things that need to be done to revive someone from an overdose, which include administering naloxone, the overdose reversal medication, sometimes rescue breathing techniques, using supplementary oxygen. But John also refers to the system as essentially a time machine, because the problem here is most of the time, when you discover someone's had an overdose in a public restroom, they're already dead. So the miracle of this technology essentially is that it can alert staff to overdoses in progress, allowing people to intervene and allowing them to save the lives.
Wow. And how many times have they done that?
Boston Healthcare for the Homeless says that it is an almost daily occurrence that they reverse an overdose in one of these public restrooms. It's known that as the U.S. overdose crisis has gotten worse, public restrooms have essentially become ground zero for this epidemic. And in a lot of very sad cases, you have really unsuspecting folks who work at coffee shops, for instance, who sadly probably just going to find someone who's unresponsive, even dead. All they're going to be able to do is call 911, and by that point, it'll likely be too late.
Right. Well, and this just sounds miraculous. And John King, we understand from your writing, has been asked to install what's now called Lifesaver Alert in hospitals, public places. It's found in Chicago, Baltimore, Philadelphia, and it edges into something called supervised consumption. In other words, instead of completely keeping people with addictions out of a space or trying to completely keep them away from their drug of choice, being prepared to save them when they're going to do what people with addictions are driven to do.
Right. So this is getting us into the philosophy of what's called harm reduction, essentially the recognition that for most people who use drugs, and in particular in the era of super powerful synthetic opioids like fentanyl, simply telling someone stop using, that's not a practical suggestion. So in the meantime, one tactic there, as you point out, is known as supervised consumption. It's very controversial, but the idea is essentially if people are going to use drugs that could lead to overdose and potentially kill them, we may as well have them do it in clean spaces where they can receive medical attention if something does go wrong. So it's essentially a first step on, hopefully, a long path to recovery. These bathrooms are something of an in-between. Of course, they're not sanctioned drug use sites, which is illegal under federal law, but it is a recognition on the part of a major health provider for the homeless in Boston that this is an effort to help keep people alive until they're ready for that next step in getting healthier.
Well, and help all the people around them who feel helpless, when you stumble across somebody in a public bathroom. John King is also developing a multi-stall bathroom system. He says he gets great feedback from workers. Let's listen.
After a system is installed, we'll get a call every once in a while that we saved somebody. And that's very rewarding to hear that the system, it's been installed for a short period of time and they've already saved people. It helps the staff in the building where the systems are working to be more relaxed. They don't always have to go over to the bathroom and check constantly.
John King, the electrician who came up with this idea of a reverse motion detector to try to revive those in a drug overdose in a public space. Lev Fasher, addiction reporter with our editorial partners at STAT. Quite satisfying.
Yes, thank you, Robin.
And by the way, if you're thinking, wait, I'm often in that stall for a while, will I cause a false alarm and a break-in? Lev says that is not happening. You'd have to be incredibly still.
The January 16th, 2024 City Council session is hereby called to order, and I'll ask our clerk, Ms. Susan McCoy, to please call the roll.
Mr. Pretty?
Here.
Vice Mayor Cobb?
Here.
Ms. White Boyd?
Here.
Mr. Volleson?
Here.
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Here.
Ms. Sanchez Jones?
Here.
And Mayor Lee.
Here, and a quorum is present. The invocation this afternoon will be delivered by Elton Milton Hardy Jr., Associate Pastor of Greater Prayer Temple, and following the invocation, I will lead you in the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd ask you to stand And before Pastor Hardy comes, I want to ask for a moment of silence for our former city council member who passed, William Bill White Sr. of Roanoke, passed away on January 14th, 2024. Bill was born on January 23rd, 1947 in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Bill owned and operated his own certified public accounting firm, William White Sr. He was a CPA for over 40 years. He served on the Roanoke City School Board from 1984 to 1990, which was 6 years. He served on Roanoke City Council from 1990 to 2002, which was 12 years. Spent a good period of time here. He was also on the hospital board, Korean Hospital Board from 1998 to 2021, which was 23 years, and as well as he served on other boards, councils, committees throughout the Roanoke Valley. And we do send our prayers to his family. And the family will have a celebration of life service on Friday, January the 19th, 2024, at 1 p.m. at Simpson Funeral Home, which is located at 5160 Peters Creek Road here in Roanoke. And his service will be officiated by Reverend Donald Shobley. A visitation will be held 1 hour prior to the 1 p.m. funeral at 12 noon on January the 19th, 2024. Join me in a moment of silence. Thank you, Elder Hardy.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for just having one more time in your presence. God, if it had not been for you, we don't know where we'd be. God, because of you, God, we're alive today to make decisions to help other people. Lord, we want to consider the least of these on today. Somebody doesn't have a roof over our head, or somebody doesn't have the funds to make it to the next meal. No, God, let the decisions made today be one that's made out of consideration for these individuals. And Lord God, there are people that are hurting. As we just heard, God, there are people that have lost loved ones. We ask you to bless those people. Give them strength in their hearts, give them strength in their homes, and let them know that they are loved. We ask these things in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Council meetings will be televised live and replayed on RVTV Channel 3 on Thursdays at 7 o'clock p.m. and Saturdays from 10 a.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. and video stream through Facebook Live at facebook.com/Roanoke, VA. Council meetings are offered with closed captioning for the deaf or hard of hearing. And I want to welcome everybody to our first session. We will be meeting again at 7 p.m. tonight. Announcements. The clerk's office is accepting applications for 3 upcoming vacancies on the Roanoke City School Board for 3-year terms of office expiring June 30th, 2024, and 3-year terms of office commences July 1st, 2024, and end on June 30th, 2027. Incumbent school board trustees are Michael L. Cherry II, Diane M. Casola, and Mark K. Cathy. Mr. Cathy is not eligible for reappointment. All right, applications and information describing the duties and responsibilities of trustees of the Roanoke City School Board are available on the City of Roanoke's webpage at www.roanokeva.gov, or may be obtained by contacting the city's clerk's office, room 456 here in the Noel C. Taylor building, located at 215 Church Avenue, Southwest, between the hours, of 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. Now, and this is important, the deadline to receive applications is Monday, March the 11th, 2024 at 5 o'clock p.m. That's the deadline, Monday, March the 11th. For any questions or information that you have relative to school board applications and information, just please feel free to contact our clerk's office, and that number is 540-853-2541, or by email at clerk@roanokeva.gov. Thank you. All right. The next item is presentations and acknowledgements. And I'm going to call on Bill West, urban forester, and his staff to join me at the podium, if they will. Bill? Today, I want to present a proclamation declaring 2024 as the year of the tree. And I'm delighted to have Bill and really all of our urban forestry staff here to present this proclamation. The proclamation reads as follows. The City of Roanoke manages 20,000 trees on city property, in city parks and along city streets, and 12,000 acres of forest remnant as a municipality-managed urban forest. Whereas the City of Roanoke trees canopy consists of 158 types of trees covering thousands of acres on municipality-managed and privately owned property. The City of Roanoke recognized the importance of the municipality-managed urban forest through the creation of an urban forestry section within its Parks and Recreation Department and the hiring of its first professional forester in 1989. Whereas the City of Roanoke has been recognized since 1996 as a Tree City USA by the Arbor Day Foundation. Whereas the City of Roanoke established the Roanoke Tree Stewards Program in 2009 to assist with planting trees in parks and along streets, pruning trees to encourage proper structure and prevent blocking sidewalks, streets, and walkways, and educating the public about city trees, maintaining the Roanoke Valley's Big Tree Register, and assisting with the Roanoke Commemorative Tree Program. Whereas the municipality-managed urban forest and overall tree canopy benefits not only our local neighborhoods, but the metro area and even the regional landscape through carbon sequestration, interception of stormwater, filtration of pollutants, recreational opportunities, and reductions of heat-related impacts. And whereas there remains an ongoing need to increase awareness of the municipality-managed urban forest, the overall tree canopy, and the benefits of trees present in our community. Now, therefore, I, Sherman P. Lee, Sr., Mayor of the City of Roanoke, Virginia, urge all citizens to care for trees on their property, support efforts that better the municipality-managed urban forest, and support the work of the city's urban forestry section of the Parks and Recreation Department, and do hereby proclaim 2024 as the year of the tree. All right. I think that deserves a little applause. Let's applaud for that. And at this time, I want to call on Bill as I present this proclamation to him. All right. Any photo ops or photo cameras?
I never know when I'm on duty, but yeah, I'm on duty. And how are we going to take it, Mayor? Just the whole group maybe could get in it, or no?
Well, I'll tell you what. Is everybody, how do you want, Bill? You want everybody in there?
Well, yes, I would like, these are all the tree stewards.
Come on around and, well, we can do, we'll work it out. We'll figure it out. Good to see you also. All right, thank you for what you do. All right, let me get in the background.
Okay. How about
I get in the background and Bill, you get up front there.
And you're going to need to tighten up a little bit on the wings there, yeah. Just tighten up a little bit so that everybody is in.
Okay.
Turn sideways maybe and just kind of get close. I know.
Sideways, okay.
Yeah, that's a little bit better. Might be missing an elbow, but on the count of three. 1, 2, 3.
Trees.
Thank you.
Bob, were you able to get your picture in?
I got it.
Okay. All right, Bill.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Chris Bryant, and I live at 1315 Sewell Lane in Roanoke, 24015. I'm Vice President of the Volunteer Trees Roanoke and Volunteer Roanoke City Tree Stewards. I want to thank the Mayor and the City Council for making 2024 the year of the tree. The Board of Parks and Recs created this idea in early 2023 in hopes of making the citizens of Roanoke aware of the importance of trees and their benefits to help stop global warming, clean our air, and help with the heat island resilience and stormwater management. The tree stewards who support urban forestry hope to give many talks and presentations this year on topics as mentioned previously, and also how to plant a tree demonstrations to encourage citizens, businesses, associations, youth groups to plant more trees on private properties and engage with the tree stewards and urban forestry with planting trees on public properties. The city can't do it all, so we need our citizens to step up and pitch in so we can all cool down and breathe easier. Thank you, and plant a tree in 2024. Thanks.
I'm gonna ask my colleagues if they have any comments or thing. I'll go to Ms. Whiteboard first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say thank you for everything that you all are doing. It is important, and I understand how important it is. And I've had a friend visit me from New York, and he lives in Manhattan and works in Queens, and he said everywhere in the city, rooftops, every open place that they can find some dirt, they are planting trees. And so it's really important for all of us to do it just like you said. So thank you for what you're doing, and maybe it'll catch fire all over the country. Plant more trees everywhere. Thank you.
Mr. Pretty.
Thank you to the tree stewards and Trees Roanoke for all you all are doing. I know we have two members, both past and current, of the Parks and Rec Board, with Chris Bryant and then James Pickens, I have that correct, who we always make sure there is one representative on the Parks Board who is all about trees. And it's hard to go far in Roanoke without finding someone who has a love for them. I wanted to ask, how many volunteer hours have you all logged, like in the past year? Do you know? 2,500. I wasn't sure if it was part of the resolution or not, but I wanted to make sure that that part got brought out, because I know our urban forestry department uses so much of their staff to help with what they can do, but it would not be possible without relying on volunteers like you all, and whatever we can do to help with tree planting, tree maintenance, to make sure that our tree canopy is well maintained in the city of Roanoke, please let us know.
63 volunteer tree stewards with 25 attending the educational starting in January. So we're upping our volunteer numbers too.
Wonderful. Congratulations.
Anybody else? All right, thank you all again. Thank you again. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, good to see you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Is it all lowercase?
I couldn't have been here.
I appreciate it. Oh, I got my presentation.
Oh, yeah.
That one right there. Thank you so much.
We're going to do that at the briefing, so you're going to be first in the briefing.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's why we'll shut this up all fine before you get back to this.
All right, thank you all again. You look real nice in the yellow shirts, and appreciate the work you do. All right. We're now down to item number 3, Madam Clerk, is the hearing of citizens upon public matters. All right, are there any citizens signed up?
Yes, we have 2 citizens. The first is Brian McConnell,
Okay.
followed by Frida Cathcart.
Hello, Mr. McConnell.
Mayor Lee, thank you. Greetings to you. I feel like I'd be remiss if I didn't mention my your announcement of your retirement at the end of your term. I just individually, personally, like to thank you for your service. And looking forward to what the future holds. I've kind of been about the future over a number of years now, and coming before City Council, primarily around themes of leadership. This afternoon, I'd like to address what I'm perceiving as systemic crisis. I think ever since COVID, that global populace in general had experienced something that we have difficulty making sense of and understanding, let alone figuring out how to adapt or deal with the circumstances that accompany a crisis of that magnitude. My own role at the moment, over the last few months, I've been before you on 2 separate occasions, beginning with the publication of my Medium.com article entitled Anathema. More recently, I'd addressed and was just conducted a very informal poll in terms of council members that had an opportunity to either see or any way review that article. Vice Mayor Cobb indicated that he had, and I in turn expressed my gratitude to him. Frankly, and kind of where I am in a personal way with the work that I'm doing, my greatest bugaboo tends to be that extent to which people neither know nor care, nor seem to care that they don't know. And I can't really begin to tell you how much time and energy, I mean, that tends to be kind of the focal point of not only who I am, but what I do. Along those lines, I've just initiated, within the last couple of weeks, a project involving the support of MIT's U School. That's a reconnection for me. Over more than 6-7 years ago, under Chris Morell's support, we formed a group working directly with MIT, beginning in the latter part of spring of 2014 and into the launch of the MIT's U Lab, the early part of 2015. So it's a great honor and opportunity to be reconnecting, for me to be reconnecting and bearing the responsibility, not only of working with their resources and collaboration of our own efforts, but certainly as a learning experience for me. So primarily all I'm doing is just extending an update. Right now I'm in the process of putting together a core team of 4 to 5 individuals. We will, in February, be expanding that to include between 10 and 15 participating stakeholders. So that's, for me, presents itself as a very interesting opportunity and process, and something that's accomplished in a collective, collaborative context. So that about does it for me. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Frida Cathcart, I'm the District Director on the Soil and Water Conservation Board, and I wanted to update you on my visit to the General Assembly last week. And I went there to participate in the Virginia Association of Soil and Water Conservation District Association's legislative agenda, which all has to do with money. We're tasked with state and federal funding primarily to get on the ground to help with flood and climate resiliency. And we really appreciate the support that we've gotten for the funding, but we've discovered that we need to have a dedicated funding source for our staff for operating, to be able to get the funding that comes to us quickly out on the ground where it will do the most work. And we feel a real sense of urgency in doing that. And so I went there we were trying to find people to submit the budget amendments, and there was the operating one, we were having trouble finding a sponsor. And I was really grateful to Senator Hashmi that like 3:30 Thursday afternoon, and the deadline was Friday, she agreed to submit the budget. Because we were trying to explain to people at the General Assembly how all of our asks for different places of money like intersected with each other. And if we didn't, because they're like, well, you might get some of this. And I know lots of times when you go to the General Assembly, like you might get some, you might not get all, but just how they all, with the work that we do. And it's not large sums of money compared to what others, this was $3 million, and I'm not sneezing at $3 million, but when you look at the large amount of money that people go to, we can do a lot with $3 million with hiring staff and to be able to implement the things, and it's really important. I'll give you an example. There was we have 4 staff people in our district. Our district does a great job getting everything out in our staff. But one of our staff people, our field staff people, got hired, got a better offer some other place and left. And all of the district directors, like myself, we're volunteers, and we were talking about the responsibility that we had and that we might need to physically get out in the field and like hold the measuring tape for the one guy that was left that was certified to be able to do the things that needed to be done. And we were willing to do that. But I'm just saying, like, that's like how thin we're spread. And for instance, like if you all didn't have like the police funded or teachers, like saying like, all right, come on, you need to go and be a substitute teacher today, or you need to go out and be a traffic cop. I mean, that's the type of like responsibility that falls onto our shoulders and how deeply we care about it. There's another district that only had 1 staff employee, and his certification lapsed, where you're not supposed to approve grants unless you're certified. Because they didn't have the staff at the state level to do the certification, there's a lapse between where his certification lapsed and when he was going to be able to be recertified. And he signed off on a grant. And it was really sad because he had to be reprimanded for doing that, even though he was trying to do the right thing because there was a deadline where the grant money had to be implemented and down. So I just wanted to give that to you as a picture of, like, when I say that these things intersect, the importance of why they intersect. And I'm hoping that you all will be supportive, because I know you have your own legislative agenda that's out there, but be aware of, like, the work that we do that helps. Like, it just helped this past year, like you all be aware of $3 million is going to help free up money from other places, and how I'd like to work closer with the city of Roanoke so that we can help support each other's efforts. And when I was there last week, I also talked about the Hopes for Urban Conservation Program. Of course, I love the tree stewards. They're my peeps. I love you guys. Do great work. We're not going to plant our way out of the current crisis. We've got to save the trees that we have and educate people how to take care of their trees. And we need to inspire the youth to get involved with conservation and natural resources. And so I'm hoping, of course, it's not going to happen this General Assembly, but next year I want to be ready to move forward with the Urban Conservation Corps, and I would like to Roanoke to be a pilot project for that. So I'm hoping to work with Parks and Recreation and the city to put together a package with your legislative agenda so that next year we can get that done. And I just really, and just on a personal note, wanted to say how touched I was by the card that you all sent to me. It's not an easy time, but I'm really grateful for the people that have offered their care and love and support to me and my family. It means the world to us, so thank you.
Well, thank you, Frida, and you have our sympathies on the passing of your husband. Is that our last speaker?
Yes, that's all the speakers.
Okay. All right, we now move down to the next item on the agenda, which is the consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by members of City Council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussions of the items. If discussion is desired, the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. We have 3 requests for closed meetings to discuss vacancies on certain authorities, boards, commissions, and committees appointed by council pursuant to Section 2.2-3711 Code of Virginia 1950 as amended, and a request from Council Member White Board, Chairman of the City City Council Personnel Committee to discuss a personnel matter, being the annual performances of the council-appointed officers pursuant to Section 2.2-3711 Code of Virginia as amended. And we also have a request from our attorney that City Council convene in a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2.2-3711 Code of Virginia to consult with legal counsel regarding actual or threatened litigation, for such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body. All right. So I need a motion.
So moved.
Move to consent agenda.
All right.
Second.
Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mr. Pretty?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cobb?
Aye.
Ms. White Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Ms. Moon Reynolds? Ms. Sanchez Jones? And Mayor Lee.
Aye. Thank you, and the consent agenda is approved. All right, let's move now to our regular agenda, which is item number 5 is a public hearing if we have none. And item number 6 is petitions and communications. The first item on the 6-1 is the acceptance of the FY23 SCAAP award grant for the Sheriff's Office. There are 2 measures. First is a resolution.
Move the resolution. Second.
All right. Madam Clerk, can you please read the title paragraph?
A resolution authorizing acceptance of the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program grant made to the City of Roanoke Sheriff's Office by the Bureau of Justice Assistance Office in conjunction with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, and authorizing execution of any required documentation on behalf of the city.
All right, is there any discussion by members of council? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Pretty?
Here.
Vice Mayor Cobb?
Aye.
Ms. White Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones?
Aye.
And Mayor Lee.
Aye. And the resolution passes. There's the budget ordinance.
Move the budget ordinance.
Second.
All right. Madam Clerk, could you please read the title paragraph?
An ordinance to appropriate funding from the federal government for the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program and for an administrative adjustment amending and reordaining certain sections of the 2023-2024 grant fund appropriations and dispensing with the second reading by title of this ordinance.
All right, is there any discussion by members of council? Seeing or hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Pretty?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cobb?
Aye.
Ms. White Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones? And Mayor Lee.
Aye, and the budget ordinance passes. Thank you. All right, item number 7 is reports of city officers and comments of the city manager. And I'm pleased to recognize our city manager to share with us the briefings.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We have 4 briefings today, and if it's all right, I'm going to take them a little bit out of order from what they're showing on your agenda. So we're actually going to begin with the urban forestry update. So, Bill, if you want to, see, I told you to turn off. So as Bill comes up, you all recall, it's been a few months now, I think, we were having a conversation on an item. I don't even remember what the conversation was about on that particular item, but in there you had requested an update on the city's urban forestry practices, and so we figured combining it with today, the proclamation regarding the Year of the Tree, this was an appropriate time to have Bill and his team come forward and share with you a little bit more about the urban forestry section of our Parks and Recreation Department. And after that, then we'll go to the strategic plan update, then the ARPA update, and then we'll conclude with the FY24 monthly, FY24 budget monthly update. So we'll just go a little bit in a different order, if that's all right. Bill, it's all yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, and city administration. My name is Bill West, and I am the Urban Forestry Coordinator for the City of Roanoke, and I'm here to give you a brief overview of our section. Urban Forestry is a section, and I do apologize for my voice. I got wet yesterday with the snow, and feeling a little fix of that. Urban Forestry is a section of the Parks and Recreation Department whose mission is to manage all trees on city property. As the mayor said, there's approximately 20,000 trees that we're managing in our parks and on our streets, and there are 12,000 acres of forest remnant that the city manages. The city is responsible for all trees on public lands, whether that be in your neighborhood park or your neighborhood street, or the large forest remnants such as Carvin's Cove or Mill Mountain. We also manage all of the trees in the landscape of public buildings such as this facility, public plazas, greenways, and the Civic Center. Urban forests connect our green spaces and forms the green infrastructure on which our communities depend. And as the mayor had said earlier, it does benefit not only our local neighborhoods, but the metro area and even the regional landscape. The program began in 1989 with the hiring of the first professional forester, Dan Henry, my predecessor. The urban forester's responsibility is to oversee the care and management of the entire urban forest. And I became the urban forester in 2017 when Mr. Henry became the division manager. It was Mr. Henry who sought to have a tree steward program here in the city of Roanoke. Our section receives over 1,300 requests for service annually. The section normally comprises of 3 crews with a crew foreman and 2 tree trimmers under each foreman. And these crews perform all of the maintenance, which includes pruning, removal, planting, stump grinding, and of course, emergency response. Our crews rotate, being on calls 24/7, and if necessary, all tree crews can be called out at any one emergency. It wasn't this past Christmas, but the Christmas before, we had tree crews working on Christmas Day. And as one of the arborists said, you know, it was hard to leave my children that day, but I thought about if there was an ambulance that needed to get to someone's home on Christmas Day, I was more than willing to go out and do that. Our tree inspector is the next position that I would like to talk about, is Samantha Matson. It is her job to respond to most of those 1,300 requests for services that we receive. And once she receives a request, she goes out, performs an inspection of the tree to see what is the issue with the citizen. It may not be very serious, but she does an overall inspection of the tree to determine the health and structure of the tree, determine if there's a pest or pathogen that may be causing the call. And once she does that inspection, she writes out a prescription of work, puts that onto one of our spreadsheets, and prioritizes that for our crews. We have a new position within our section, which is the Tree Care Health Specialist. That is Hunter Eaton, a recent graduate of Virginia Tech, and it is his job to take care of all of our new trees. We don't consider we have a successful planting of a tree until after about 3 or 4 years. It is very difficult to get trees established. Urban conditions for tree planting is often difficult in our tree lawns due to compacted soil, heat island effect, salt spray from our trucks, as you may see this day. So it is his job to care for all of our new trees. He also will rotate from crews as we need him, depending upon what is the assignments for that day. This picture that you see right here is Brown Robertson Park, and this type of planting is called an LA, and it's quite beautiful. I don't know if you've ever been there on 10th Street, but Mr. Henry designed this and put this in. Urban forests are more important than ever before and form part of the dynamic ecosystem that provides critical benefits to our people and our wildlife. This is McCadden Park, and McCadden Park has received 20 new tree plantings this year. We planted about 16 trees last year, but we had some deer damage, so we're replacing those and adding some more trees. There was a period of time where we did not have a tree planting budget, but that has been reestablished under the current administration, and we are working our way through a backlog of tree planting. Some of those trees that we have taken out were not necessarily the right tree in the right spot, so sometimes these were alley trees, and of course we're not replanting those. I know the government likes to look at numbers. I know that I do. So let me give you some in regard to what Roanoke's urban forest brings to our citizens. In a typically tree-lined street, each home can expect to save about 7.2% in energy savings in cooling. Each mature deciduous tree will intercept between 500 and 700 gallons of rainwater a year. Now that is important because we have an aging stormwater system here in the city. There's 5 watersheds, and so when we have a mature deciduous forest across the city intercepting that rainwater, that slows down the amount of water going into the storm drain system and reduces the chances of flooding. So that not only counts in that interception of rainwater, but it also has to count toward the amount of rainwater that is transpired into the atmosphere. So a mature deciduous tree will transpire 40,000 gallons annually. In addition to helping with stormwater, carbon sequestration is very important these days, and many cities are trying to mitigate the amount of, or the size of the carbon footprint that they have. So one of our deciduous hardwood trees will remove 1 ton of carbon at the age of 40 years. And as we do have a older forest in many parts of the city, some of our street trees are approaching 75 years of age, so they almost have absorbed 2 tons of carbon. Now in the past, we have had a relationship with a private contractor to, when we take down some of these trees, to try to reuse the wood in that. The conference table that's in the Parks and Rec Library is made out of a large black oak that was taken out of the wildflower garden. And as long as we repurpose that wood, that carbon sequestration is still taking place. And to revenue, which we're all concerned about, if we have a mature tree-lined street and we have good landscape plantings by our private citizens, we can expect an increase in value of property from 7 to 19% compared to that same home that is on a street that does not have any trees or does not have mature trees in the landscape. This is Wasina, by the way, and these are all Japanese cherries that we've planted through there. We're trying to extend that all the way out Main Street to the stoplight out at Brandon. In Northwest Roanoke, we are working to complete the planting of 358 new trees as part of the American Rescue Plan Act. A quick look at the plantings, I say quick, that has occurred and is occurring, is 54 trees planted at Melrose Avenue, 16 trees planted at McCadden Park, 12 trees at Strauss Park, 20 trees planted on 19th Street Northwest, 6 trees on Gilmer Avenue, 14 trees in Melrose Park, 13 trees planted on Prilliman Avenue, 4 trees planted on Hanover Avenue, 29 trees being planted on Lafayette Boulevard, 70 trees to be planted on Stanton, 48 trees to be planted in Countryside. We've also worked with Fifth Presbyterian Church on Patton Avenue Northwest to plant 30 trees around that church to address the gun violence. We had an elder of the church reach out to us, and he just simply asked, could we do anything to beautify that area to show that we do have care and concern, and we do. So there'll be 30 new trees planted in that around Fifth Presbyterian Church. 42 trees were planted on residential property where the tree lawn was not wide enough or did not exist at all. So the challenge is when you have, if you want to plant a large shade tree, you have to have a wide enough tree lawn to have it there. And the tree lawn is that grass strip between the curb and the sidewalk. It's not the utility strip, as AEP calls it. And this is Eureka Park. What I like about this photograph is the shade that's cast on the basketball court. This is West End Park, and this park has received a large number of plantings, and recently we've added even more to remediate the stormwater runoff in the Trout Run watershed. So that's the watershed we're in right now. That is a challenging area as well. It's a mix of residential and industrial areas. So we've worked with Dr. Marcus Aguilar, and we've planted over 60 trees in the Trout Run watershed to help mitigate flooding in downtown Roanoke. Roanoke has been a tree city for 27 years, and our recent application has been approved again this year. I serve on the Roanoke Valley Urban Forestry Council and was the president for 4 years. This board hosts an annual workshop, one of 2 in the state of Virginia, for arboriculture, and it is a program that is offered not only to government employees working in arboriculture or urban forestry, but also the private industry and homeowners. So we try to develop a program that can be beneficial to all aspects of the community. The urban forestry program at Virginia Tech brings down students each year for a field trip to observe and learn about actual operations management in urban forestry. If I did have my staff here and they weren't out pushing snow or clearing the streets, of the 9 current staff, 2 are ISA certified arborists, 5 have college degrees, and more importantly to me, the total years of experience in our staff is approaching 100 years. And the photo you see here is a campaign developed by Samantha Matson, the tree inspector, the other forester that I work with. It is part of a program that the U.S. Forest Service developed called iTree, and you can put in the particulars of a certain tree, the species, its location, its diameter, its overall canopy width and everything, and it will give values of what that tree brings to the community. And so she had these across the city showing what each tree brought to that community in regards to such as stormwater, carbon sequestration, property values, air pollution, and things like that. And as you previously heard about the tree stewards, they've given over 2,500 hours of service just in this past year, and this often takes the form of pruning, watering, and planting of younger trees. They're doing a project here in Highland Park in this photograph. Excuse me. We have built a gravel bed nursery at Mountain View House to accommodate bare root planting, which is a very volunteer-friendly way of planting a tree, which is very different from what our contractors do. Our classes do begin, as Chris said, in January. There are 9 indoor classes and there are 3 outdoor classes. We ask each volunteer to give 30 hours in their first year and 20 years annually after that to remain in good standing. And since 2010, the tree stewards have planted over 800 trees across the city. And as Chris said, the tree stewards often disperse this education through informative talks and interaction with citizens during their many hours of work occurring across the city. And this is the walkway between observation platform number 1 and observation platform number 2 at the top of Mill Mountain. Our urban forest contributes to its ecology to the overall ecology of the Appalachian forest, as the mayor said, which is one of the world's plant-rich forests, rivaling the Amazon and the forest of southwest China. And to me, it is likely one of the most important assets of equity that the city can offer, because all of our trees and all of our forest remnants belong to all of our citizens, no matter where they're located in the city.
Where's that picture, Bill?
That's the walkway between observation platform number 1 on Mill Mountain, walking toward observation platform number 2.
It's a great time of the year.
Yes. So it is an honor and a privilege for our department to manage such an important natural resource and provide unique opportunities, such as the city's Christmas tree, for the benefit of all of our citizens. And for that reason, we are very grateful that you have declared this year the Year of the Tree. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's pretty.
Questions, comments? Thank you, Mr. West, for the presentation and for running this department for quite some time now. It wasn't the first time we met, because I met you, I think, when I was on the board, but I do remember I met with you at the Mountain View Rec Center by Fishburne Mansion, and you showed me the trees there, and you shared that they're witness trees, because you said they're so old they have witnessed history. They've been there for hundreds of years.
Yes.
And you really use that to set the stage for our conversation about all the needs of our trees in our city, to know that they've been there that long, and there'll be many more that outlive us. Thank you. It was a good presentation. It had a great overview. I know every year around budget season, a lot of people show up to ask for things as it relates to trees. It's one of the things that we can probably count on in this council. And I'm thankful this council in recent years has taken steps to make sizable investments in contributing to how many trees we plant. I think it was 60,000 a few years ago. We have some more funds that came from ARPA. I'm most interested in the aspect of the cost for maintenance and what the needs of your department are. I understand you have a few tree teams that are foremen and have some people under them for tree trimming, but we haven't, am I correct, Bob? Is that one of the positions we haven't yet gotten to in the pay compression situation yet?
Well, all of the positions have benefited from movement toward the minimum. I don't know about those specifics where they are in that, but all of the positions have benefited that. We have not yet been able to take that next step in the process, which deals with the compression, where everyone, at best, everyone's up against the minimum, and then we move beyond that.
There have been some staffing issues there. But we talk about the number of trees that have been planted, which are great, that they're making great investments in the city. But what are the costs that you see that your department needs in order to make sure that we're not losing trees maybe at a rate faster than we're able to plant them? I know that making sure we have proper trimmers to maintain them, having to do with a watering truck. And what else do you really see that this council needs to consider, really just to make sure that on top of planting, that we're maintaining what we have?
Well, planting is the most popular thing that people like to see, but it is the maintenance to get that tree to maturity that is the most difficult part. And so watering and care of the younger trees is very important. And the fact that the city has generously funded the tree care health specialist is a great help to us. But, I would not step out of protocol here and say anything amiss. I would make those requests known to my manager and then to my director.
Well, and I'm sorry they couldn't be here today. I was hoping that, basically you said the tree inspector, Sam Mattins, I've had the opportunity to meet before. I didn't realize it was a tree health inspector, but I would expect that if I were to show them a picture of a tree, they could probably tell me where in Roanoke it is exactly, as you were just doing with the mayor.
Yes,
a few moments ago.
I think we probably have one of the best teams that we've had in a long time. They're very passionate about the work they do. They take their job seriously. We're like family, but the whole division is like that. And so we, as coordinators, I have another coordinator here with me, and my manager and my interim director, we foster that here in the city as we're a family, we're a team, and we work together, and we're very passionate about the work that we do. We want to make Roanoke a beautiful place that people will come here to visit, to eat, of course to spend money, but perhaps to move here as well and establish families here. So we're very grateful for the opportunity that the city has given us.
Thank you. Mayor, that's all my comments and questions.
When we planned the presentation, we didn't know it was going to snow the day before, so otherwise the team would have been here.
The team would have been here, yes.
Working snow.
Benjamin?
Yeah, thank you. Bill, thank you for this. This is great. It's nice to see where all the plantings are happening throughout the city and what inspired some of those things. I was really delighted to hear about the plantings around Fifth Presbyterian. And I was curious if a group, like a neighborhood association or a group of neighbors or someone in a part of the city wanted to work with you all to plant trees, what's the best way for them to go about doing that?
Well, they would contact us and we would sit down and have a conversation. The site drives a lot of selection of species, and we would see what is available in the planting area in that neighborhood, and then we would start developing a plan. I may involve the tree stewards because they are a wonderful organization that has done so much good in the city. Many times when we have done things like that, they came out the day we did a ceremonial planting with Fifth Presbyterian. There were tree stewards there to do that as well. But yeah, they would sit down with myself or Samantha Matson, and we would just work out a plan. And our planting season is around from November to the end of March, and so this would probably be for the next year. We would work it into the rotation and try to accommodate everything that they would like, as long as it's not invasive, or as long as it works within the plan. We absolutely would work with that citizen group to get some trees where they would like them.
Well, I know you all are great to work with, and I think Chris's call for everyone to plant a tree in '24 was a great call to action. So I just wanted to make sure citizens knew how they could work with you all to do that.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you. Council member pretty much covered some of the questions I had on the maintenance, and then the vice mayor brought up a couple of my points too as well about the volunteers reaching out. One of the questions I do have in comment is we talked about the tree planting budget, what you have in your budget to cover the necessary trees throughout the city. And I'm thankful for the use of the opera money. For how many trees total was that?
Right now, we're at 358, but we're still trying to get some on. I think we might be able to get some more on Rugby. That's got a really nice wide tree lawn.
Yes.
And
yes.
so, as long as our citizens are accepting of that, we would love to extend the planting into there. So I think I've got about $30,000 left. I can get in there. Typically for a shade tree like that, that would fit in that spot, that's about $650 per tree that's installed.
Right. Now, with regards...
to answer your question, it was 358.
Oh, okay. Now, with regards to the trees that are being planted, and we talked about coming into maturity, how many years will it take for these trees to actually come into being considered mature trees?
20 to 30 years.
Wow.
Yes, so when we talk about tree lifetime, it's far greater than ours. I would say to you, though, that a tree here in the city will live half to 1/3 of its normal life compared to that same tree in the forest. So it's just a tough environment for nature to try to be in, with concrete and asphalt and things like that, and utility lines and traffic. So,
are the trees that you're planting, are these the little sapling type, or these are a little bit older trees that you're putting in?
Typically, we install a tree under contract that's 2 to 2.5 inch caliper. So that has the greatest chance of success. If you plant a larger tree, it's kind of like me. I'm older, so I can't do things like I used to do.
Right.
And so we plant younger trees because they're more resilient, and we plant them in dormancy so that the transplant shock is minimized when bud break occurs.
Yeah. Are you looking at putting any additional trees on Hirschberger in through the thoroughfare over between Ordway and Grandview, I believe, along that the medium strip? We have the azaleas.
Crepe myrtles are in there, yes.
Right, and then there's a big gap between them, and I noticed, and I don't know if the trees, excuse me, have died out and they hadn't been replaced, or if there was some possibility of looking to put in additional trees in those vacant spaces.
I can certainly do that, yes.
You may want to look at that because it looks nice, and then you get this big, right near the interstate.
Yes, ma'am.
you start seeing a big gap of space.
Yes, ma'am.
And I thought.
I'll
that would be
also
good.
check that with Hong Lu, the traffic engineer.
Mhm.
He sometimes likes me, but sometimes he's like, I need sightline clearance, Bill. That's not enough sightline clearance. But
Right.
if he is good with it, I certainly will take a look at that to see if we can get something in there for you.
And now on Patton Avenue, you mentioned over at the Presbyterian Church, you're going to put in 30, what type of trees are you planning to plant on Patton?
Patton, I'm going to plant dogwood. The
okay.
elder there
Yep.
asked me to plant something that would bring color and
Yes.
beautification there.
Mhm.
It's very small planting strips through there. But I was very grateful to receive his call. I would mention his name, but I don't have permission to do that. He's a very humble man, but he's a good man.
Right.
And so he reached out to me and asked for me, could we do anything, Bill, to show the community that the city cares?
Yeah,
And I
that's
said,
a
absolutely.
derelict street along Patton up on that hill near
Yes,
the
ma'am.
church. So that would be an incentive there.
Yes, ma'am.
And I did like when you showed the, around the tree, about identifying the tree and information pertaining to the tree.
Yes, ma'am.
I think that's very educational. I've seen them in other places where it tells you what type of tree it is and its lifespan and et cetera. So I hope the schools will take advantage of that and take field trips and teach children
Yes.
about a tree, what this tree stands for, what it means, and its lifespan. The trees on Mill Mountain, I know under Dan Henry a while back, there was some concern about the trees, the overgrowth of the trees and pruning. Is that something that's being done up there now, cutting back?
On the observation platforms, we
Uh-huh.
usually prune those every 2 to 3 years.
Okay.
So this past summer was a year that we did do that. So it is,
When I was up there, I noticed that and I was wondering.
yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. And do you still, the citizens still contact you all for the site clearance to be able to see the traffic signals if the trees are hanging over
Oh, yes, ma'am.
into the, okay.
Yes, ma'am, they
Well,
do.
I'll reach out to Bob, because there's a couple of places, when one of them happens to be on Gainsborough Road, right there near Gilmore where the traffic light is, when you're coming around the curve, for those who are not familiar with Roanoke.
Is that near the funeral home?
Yes, when you come right at that traffic light, but as you enter into it from Patton, the trees come over into the right-of-way, and you're blinded by that, and you may miss that light.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was one of the places I've been meaning to call attention to.
Okay, I'll make a note
But
of that.
I will keep that in mind, that it's you all, that citizens need to call for
Yes,
for
ma'am.
clearing of that. But that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Russell.
Bill, just wanted to bring up a couple things for people who may be watching. You know, we're trying to plant as many trees as possible, but not every tree is meant for our area. Are there any invasive species or things that people at home should be mindful of before they plant them?
Yes. There's quite a number of trees that can be a nuisance. I would suggest, first of all, that they can touch base with our office to get guidance in that regard. Probably one of the trees that I see that causes some issues is the Bradford pear, of course. But there are a number of trees that are growing behind people's homes in the alley. You know, a number of years ago, the city required that each homeowner be mindful of that part of the alley contiguous with their property lines to the center of the alley. And so if you are able to take care of that, that would help us in a great regard. We see a lot of Siberian elm back there. It's a very weak wooded tree, and it's very vigorously, it grows vigorously, so it can go from this to really big really quickly. So, but contact our office, any citizen can, and we can go over a list of trees. It's far too numerous to go over here of what not to have in the landscape. It is our suggestion. Again, you know, I would not want to cross paths with legal and say what goes on onto your private property. We can give guidance in that regard.
Thank you. And the other question, we get a lot of calls about trees being taken down. In Roanoke, we have a lot of trees growing into power lines.
Yes,
Are those trees that you guys are taking care of, or is that?
that is AEP. AEP, a number of years ago, went to the trouble of getting the right-of-way around each of their conductors, the lines that you see on the poles. And it's usually about a 10-foot line. We have some sub-transmission lines that go through the city, so that's a little bit larger. And so you need a special certification, it's line clearance certification. And you can only have that while you're working for Appalachian Power. So none of our arborists have it, and we don't need to have that, so that's very dangerous work. And so we will prune to within that right-of-way, but typically I'll touch base with my counterpart, Aaron Humphreys, an alumni of mine from Virginia Tech, who is the forester for AEP for the Roanoke Service Center. And we work very closely with him to make sure that we do have safe power going to all of our residents' homes. And so he and I work very closely together.
All right. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Sanchez-Jones.
Hi, Mr. West. If someone is interested in planting a memorial tree, do they contact your department?
Yes, ma'am. So there's a form that's on our department website, and once you fill that out, myself or Samantha Matson will contact the person, and we'll talk about species and location. Usually someone has a particular park or a part of the greenway they would like that planted, and we try to accommodate that as much as possible. Some places are very popular and are completely full, but others are not so widely chosen. But we will sit down and we'll talk about a species. Sometimes they have a particular tree that their father or their mother or grandparents really liked, and so we try to get that species from a nursery. Then our crews plant that themselves. We typically try to get that done as in-house more than contracted out.
And what is the cost for that?
Presently, it's $700.
Okay, thank you.
There's a one-year guarantee on that. I should say that. So if it should not make it for a year, we'll replace that at no additional charge. And we also have a placard we put in the ground for that tree.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Bill, there are two former council members that would love to have this discussion that we're having today. Rupert Cutler and Bill Bestridge.
Yes.
We really adore that.
Yes, Mr. Bestpitch was a big friend of ours, and I had lunch with him at the Christmas dinner, the city Christmas dinner, so it was very good to see him again. I miss him. But I'm grateful for all of you and all of your support for our section and our department.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
You know, first I want to thank Bill and his staff, but I'll also let him a little bit off the hook and say, to answer your question, the easy answer to that is that more money is always welcome for the work that they do. You all have been very generous in increasing the funding previously for both staffing and for tree planting, but there are, as you heard, with the amount of trees, there's always a need for more associated with all of that. The other thing I was going to mention with that also is, you probably noticed when Bill was identifying the locations of where those trees were being planted, it was very deliberate. If you remember when we did the ARPA, and I'll talk about this when I get to the ARPA presentation, but when we took the ARPA funding, it was not just tree planting, it was tree planting to actually focus in on the areas experiencing the most heat impact, and that is predominantly in the northwestern portion of our city. So that's why you heard kind of those locations. That was above the $60,000 that you've provided previously for the trees with that also. Should be coming around your way is what was already provided to you separately. So there's no changes. I just wanted to make a hard copy for you on this. But this is the draft of the strategic plan, and I'm going to try to. This is really just kind of introducing this. So I'll preface this by saying this is just to introduce the draft to you all. It is. There's no action required with this. That will come in February, at the end of February and stuff, but this is really just to bring the item forward as we do each year as we proceed. Just as a reminder, The strategic plan that we craft together each year is viewed as a 2-year plan, but we revisit it each year. So when you look at the items that are in it, it's what we anticipate accomplishing over the next couple of years, but know that each year we kind of come back in and check in again with that. And that's what we do really beginning with your retreat. So the retreat, which is held typically at the end of October or the beginning of November, is when we begin that work for that annual update associated with that information. The document itself is structured similar to what we've done in the past, although I'll come and talk a little bit about some of the changes that are associated with it. And those of you that have been here for a few years will remember that not that many years ago when I arrived, there was not a strategic plan. The city didn't have this document. A lot of what's in the document was found scattered across a variety of other documents. So you could find pieces of this in the budget, you could find pieces of it maybe in the comprehensive plan or what have you, but there wasn't really a single document that someone could pick up and say, this is the strategic plan for the city, and really the guidance for the council with it. And it actually is a companion document really to the comprehensive plan. So those are the two guiding documents. The strategic plan really drives sort of those high-level strategic actions that the city is taking, what I have identified as the priorities for the city, and then alongside that, the comprehensive plan, how will the city physically change over time? Those are the two driving documents for the city. And of course, below that, there's a whole host of other plans and other kinds of studies and documents that accompany that also. Again, as I mentioned, this process begins annually with the strategic planning retreat, which is held in October or November. And it is probably best to go to page 6 in the document. So again, no different than what the document has had before, but I think it's important to remind everyone what is contained in this part of the document. And by design, the strategic plan is really the physical product of strategic thinking. And by that, what you all have included in the plan over the years is that ideally, each policy decision or challenge that presents itself in front of you, the council, ought to be weighed against the established vision that's in the strategic plan, as well as the associated strategies to best determine how to allocate your time, money, and resources of the organization and of the community. And so that is really ultimately how this document is intended to be used, that each time one of those challenges is in front of you, you reference back to what the strategic plan is attempting to accomplish within the city. The process that we used this time was no different than in the past, again starting with the retreat, and then there have been briefings along the way, first at the retreat, then at the budget planning retreat. It also included some additional visits out into the community and some other work also. And it will involve, at the conclusion of this, some additional public outreach with the draft document that I'll talk about toward the end of this. If you look at the page 9, which is the vision statement, nothing changed here, but it's important, I think, to remind folks of what it is that has been established through this process for a number of years as the community vision and those strategic areas of importance that you have identified, which have not changed in a number of years. But the vision remains that the city of Roanoke is a safe, caring, economically vibrant community in which all have equitable opportunities to live, learn, work, play, and prosper. A vibrant urban center with strong neighborhoods set amongst the spectacular beauty of Virginia's Blue Ridge. You'll actually see that reflected in each of your agendas. So at the top of the agenda, it has that vision statement for the community. As a reminder, there are 7 areas of strategic importance that you have identified. These are presented in rank order, and the ranking determined by the amount of the general budget that actually goes to these items. So priorities that you've identified are in the areas of education, community safety, human services, infrastructure, good government, livability, and economy. And I'll talk about each of those briefly here in just a moment. A couple of years ago, one of the updates resulted in what is on page 10, or at the top of page 10, which was, in addition to identifying those strategic priorities, the council really felt it important to identify, kind of for lack of a better term, guiding principles, that while you worked and while the organization works on those priorities and on the actions that are identified in the plan, that we do so aligned with these 4 or 5, and I just realized climate ready is not bold, so it will be bold on here, but these 4 or 5 guiding principles. So a few years ago, these were identified: equity, community engagement and inclusion, well-being, and creativity. And so those were added before. There actually will be a new one added, and you see right now it still says add information about resiliency and climate action. So that'll be added in the last version of that. But Climate Ready is a new one that actually has been added by virtue of the conversation that you all had at the most recent retreat. And again, those are really just so that folks understand that as decisions are made in the implementation of the strategic plan, they're being done grounded in those items that were just identified. Another addition that I'm proposing to include in the strategic plan this year is what follows, which is labeled as actions of significance. One of the things that was really clear, I think, in the retreat discussion was, even though we've got 7 priorities and there's a lot of actions under those priorities, there are some top-line items that just sort of rise to the top. They were what actually you focused a lot of your conversation on at the retreat, both the strategic plan retreat and the budget retreat. And so those have been elevated really just to let folks know, again, for the next 2 years, these are really going to continue to be focus areas as the council moves forward. And I'll just identify these, and again, we'll talk about these in a little more detail as we move through the rest of the document. One of those is reduce violence in our community. Another is continued economic growth and economic mobility. Enhanced parks and recreation opportunities and facilities, especially those serving youth. Increased preservation and production of affordable housing. Replacement of the Main Street Wasena Bridge, and complete implementation of the ARPA-funded investments. And again, the fact that those are elevated doesn't mean those other actions that we'll talk about here in a moment aren't important. These just rise to the kind of the top of the list, if you will. So that's a new addition that's in the plan. I'm going to explain here on this next page kind of how the structure is organized. Again, no different than what we've used before, but bears repeating as we work through this. So under each of those 7 strategic priorities that you all have identified, there is a goal that has been established. There are no changes in any of the goals in the 7 areas that are identified based off of information that was provided as we worked through. So for example, education, which is identified as the first priority, the goal is identified as fostering an environment for lifelong learning which encompasses cradle to career and beyond through shared services and community involvement. It says the goal for education, and then below that you see the path to results. Every one of the priorities has a path to results. Think of these as the strategies. The example that I use with staff and that I would use with you all is usually the goals for these priorities are honestly transferable probably to any jurisdiction. I always use the clean air one as an example. Everybody says, hey, we have a goal to have clean air in our community. Everyone has it. Now, where it really changes community by community is in the strategies. How are you going to achieve that goal? And in our case, that's identified in those paths to results. So the way in which, for example, that the city of Roanoke responds to livability or infrastructure or economy should differ from the way another jurisdiction in Virginia or someplace else might, because that's what makes it a Roanoke response to what it is that you're doing. So, for example, in the education, the pathway to results are, one is to join the community in ensuring access to educational opportunities throughout the individual's entire life, and you'll see that reflected in the actions in just a moment. Early learning and school readiness is a second strategy. Preparation for post-high school success is a third. Support of K through 12 educational programs is the fourth, and then adult learning. And of course, past each of those, I'm just naming the title. Next to that is, of course, a description of what each of those mean. The way that then gets translated into actions is on the next page. So I'll just highlight a couple of the actions that are identified in here that relate back to those strategies. So one of the actions is to continue to support the Roanoke City Public School Division's Equity and Action Plan and their roadmap to student success investments as well as efforts. Another is enhanced youth career exploration and skills development. Another is to continue partnership with Goodwill to invest in the development of an adult high school. And another is to support efforts to expand access to early childhood and daycare opportunities. So you should start to see in the strategies and definitely in the actions that this is how specifically Roanoke intends on advancing that priority of education or infrastructure or economy or any of those others. And then underneath each of the, in each of the sections underneath those targeted actions, and I should say, these are the targeted actions. This is not an exhaustive list, obviously, of the actions that will take place in the city. They're just targeted ones. is a collection of indicators. So these are, and I'll come back to this piece being actually something that is going to evolve over the next couple of years, but these indicators are the ways in which you then evaluate how are we doing with those actions, how are we advancing on those strategies. And I'll preview this, and again, I'll come to this toward the end. The indicators are a piece, indicators and measures are a piece that we still are in need really of evolving and changing over time. Many of our indicators and measures are quite old and haven't been updated. Many of them are, for lack of a better term, widget counting, so they're really kind of quantitative in measure, not necessarily qualitative. They're not outcome focused. So you'll see that change actually in the good government section. That's one of the actions, is to update those measures. I'm not going to go through each of these sections. I just want to kind of show you how the format is with this. So again, you have that with community safety, you have it with human services, which is where, of course, our DSS and others, our response to homelessness takes place. You have it with infrastructure, good government. I will, on good government, look, this is the area that covers everything from our approach to compensation to our a variety of other efforts around financial management and a whole host of other things, but I want to draw your attention to one of the action items, which is really focused in on those change of the measures and indicators, as an example of what I just mentioned, which is inside the good government, we're talking about the need to actually continue to update those measures. But a good example of how good government, for example, affects the way in which we do our work is one of our objectives here is that, to the extent practical, we will pursue accreditation in our departments in the use of best practices. That comes with a cost, both monetarily as well as resources, but it also comes with an assurance in the manner in which our services are provided. So that's why you see our police department, our fire department, our building department, our parks and recreation department, as examples, are all certified by national organizations. That is an approach that we, the city, have opted to do, which is to make certain that those standards that have been set by those outside agencies for that measure of success are actually accomplished as we go through. So that's an example of how that translates in the good government section. There's another one on livability, obviously, and economy, because there was a lot of discussion about economy at the retreat, and you all know this from the discussion we had at retreat. I think it's important to, again, sort of reinforce that in some ways economy always feels like it gets a bit of a short straw in what's getting done. It's the poor last one in the sense of priorities in terms of budget. But as we pointed out in the retreat, what's captured in those budget numbers is only what we provide in our general fund. So it does not capture what's going on in the economy that's private funded. It does not capture necessarily investments that are being made in our local economy by things such as Carillion or Virginia Tech or those others. If you really captured all of the dollars that go into the efforts of economic development, think of them as, VBR, the regional partnership, and I would actually imagine that the economy as a priority would move significantly up on the list as well. But just so folks remember that piece of it. After you look at each of those sections, then on page 25 is a section of the strategic plan that we refer to as the organizational response. So if you think of those first 24 pages as being really the explanation of what the strategic plan is and why it exists, and then what it is that as a council you've identified as the top priorities and the things that you're seeking action on, we then pivot and say, if that's what ultimately the council's direction is, this is how we, the organization, respond to that direction. And this is where you see us talk about things like our core values within the organization, which are listed there. The framework that we operate under, you all have heard us talk about this before, which is we try to operate at two scales as we implement this work. One scale is this very large regional sort of generational change. That's the example that's always been used is helping this community shift from an industrial base into more of a tech and biomedical and health and wellness kind of base, for example. The scale alongside that is making sure that we're building strength from within so that there is a focus on the success of residents, families, businesses, and neighborhoods in our city. And again, when you look at the action items, I think you can see that there are actions geared toward both of those scales. We then identify the strategies that we, the organization, will use in order to accomplish the things that have been identified in the plan. Those include prioritizing time, money, and attention, taking strategic action, seeking and enhancing collaborative partnerships, innovating and ensuring the organization is future-ready, and then empowering the organization to free up talent, time, money, and resources. So that is the organizational response, and then you see on the targeted actions, and I actually misspoke because I said the indicators and measures was in good government. It's actually in this section. It's in the organizational response. You see the very last targeted action focuses on measures and indicators. But these are some of the actions that we as an organization will be doing alongside the work, alongside supporting the work that you all are doing with this also. So if you go back to last year's strategic plan, you would be able to identify a number of actions that have already taken place, some of which have already been concluded, some of which are in process. So for example, in a couple of months, you'll be seeing and weighing in on some zoning reform actions that are tied to affordable housing, which was identified in last year's update to the strategic plan. Prior to that, you've already approved the Housing Trust Fund and a number of other actions that are already right now delivering on affordable housing. So that's one example of a policy direction and a strategic priority that you've identified in this plan that ultimately resulted in items coming before you, either in the budget request and or through some sort of policy or ordinance change as we work our way through, or program or whatever it might be. But that's how this ultimately works its way through from strategic direction on forward. The reason that this is so significant to us in the organization is because if you can imagine the challenge of trying to do that, the challenge of trying to build a budget or bring policy documents forward, policy ideas forward, and when you consider all the things that have to go on to be able to do that, and if we didn't have this map, if we didn't have this roadmap, but instead we came to you literally twice a month and we said, hey, next month, what should we focus on? That would be a very different environment than actually coming in and saying, once a year, let's get an idea of the things that we really want to elevate, really want to focus our efforts on. That allows myself and the rest of the leadership team to be able to then orchestrate kind of what we need to do in order to get those items in front of you, either again through budget or policy changes with this. So the next steps in this process are, again, we're just introducing this to you so that you have time to actually digest it, read it, offer up comments and thoughts that you might have as I meet with you individually as we move our way forward. We will post this up on our website as we have done before. We will also post this in the libraries as we have done before and offer the opportunity for residents to similarly comment on what's in the plan. I would anticipate sometime in February, early February, we would bring back any revisions. For example, that one section that says, I still need to have some language in there regarding the climate change or climate resiliency piece. And then at your meeting on February 20th, that's always been our target each year, is that last meeting in February, we would look for approval of the plan at that point. And then it becomes really the next step in that process is actually the budget ultimately getting submitted out in April and May, because a lot of that's driven by what's identified in this document. So with that, I wanted to, again, give you that quick highlight, see if I can answer any sort of immediate questions here, knowing that you'll have plenty of time to digest this and give me other thoughts and questions that you might have as we work our way through.
All right,
Mr. Cowell, I just have a quick question.
Sure.
So this is your roadmap, and I understand what we're doing in getting our budget in place and trying to figure out what it is that we want to do from year to year. But how fluid is the strategic plan? And, with council changing, every 2 years, the priorities change, the dynamics change. Do you see a lot of change in your strategic plan since you've been here and you've started this? And does that impact what you're trying to do or what you think we should be doing as a city?
Yeah, that's a great question, because the plan has to be dynamic. So there are communities certainly that I've seen that will go out and they will write one of these and they'll say, this is our 10-year strategic plan, and they won't revisit it again for 10 years. Right before COVID, some of you may remember, we actually were hoping to shift to where we didn't come back each year, but it was like every 2 years. Well, then COVID happened, and it really reinforced this notion that even though we're identifying things for a 2-year window, every year we need to come back in and kind of check in for exactly the reasons that you just mentioned. So some of the things that have changed, actually, the first year, it was really just get all those things that are everywhere into one document. That was the effort of the first year. Then we went a couple of years, then some of the council at that time said, at that time, we didn't have all those action items listed. It was really just the strategy and the measures. We said, well, we really would like to actually include some specific actions that we're going to take, so everybody understands, we plan on updating the neighborhood center plans, or creating the neighborhood center plans, or we're going to update the Parks and Recreation master plan, so that those were clear in there. So that was one way we pivoted to respond to a change in council that wanted to see something different. This time, the addition of those strategic, really kind of areas of significant importance, I think was a way to try to elevate. A lot can get lost in 24 pages, so it was really a way to elevate what it was that you were spending, wanting us and wanting you to spend the majority of your time on over at least the next year, and that's where those 5 or 6 items kind of elevated. So it has to be a dynamic document. Where I think you run into trouble is at both ends of that spectrum. If you say, it's 10 years and we're never going to touch it, it's not alive enough. That's not going to work for you. The other is you approve it in February and then in March you come in and say, hey, we're going to do a whole list of different things and stuff. That's at the other end of that spectrum. So the idea here is, can we identify, 80%, 90% of what it is we're going to focus our attention on over the course of the next couple of years, and we'll come back in a year to kind of adjust that a bit more, and we'll do that on kind of a rotating basis. That seems to work well to give us enough time to actually deliver on what you're looking for in your priorities, and hopefully it works well in giving you all enough sense that as things change, then you can make that kind of dynamic change in the process without it being completely reactive, meeting to meeting stuff.
So it's really good then. Are you saying that it's been okay since?
Yeah, absolutely. The way for us, and hopefully you all feel the same way, that it's allowing you to see how items are getting brought forward and then moving their way through that process. And maybe more importantly, how they relate to the vision and the priorities that you're trying to focus on. Now, it would be unusual, I think, and you've seen this, this is the 6th of these, I think, that we've done since I've been here. And with but a couple of small language changes, the priorities have not changed and the vision has not changed. Strategies have a little bit, and that makes sense because the vision for the community really generally shouldn't change election by election. The way in which you go about your business is likely to change from election to election. That's what changes.
Yeah.
So it's worked well for us to have enough predictability to help advance things forward, and yet hopefully, again, give you enough responsiveness that it can actually adapt as circumstances and people change.
Okay, I was just wondering, because I just would hate for it to impede our progress, because I know, elections have consequences, and I'm just speaking for me personally, since I know this is my last year. I know there's some things that I saw as a priority and that I'd like to see continue, and the next group of folks may have something entirely different, which, can sometimes set us back in a different direction.
And a really good example of that is if you're on the calendar you all just approved at your last, we actually identified when the retreat for the strategic plan will take place, and we've actually moved that retreat after the election because it wouldn't make a lot of sense to have the retreat with folks who may or may not be here, some we know won't be here, and start to set that direction. This way it will give the newly elected group the opportunity to put their print on it, but they're actually picking up a document that the previous council already started on. So it's really trying to figure out how you meld those two together. But that's a way also to be adaptive to changes that occur naturally from elections.
Yeah, well, I'm just glad to hear you say that it's not been so many changes, drastic changes, that it has impeded our progress overall.
We went through a period where there wasn't a lot of changes on council for about, I think in 08 to about 14, there wasn't a lot of change. Council stayed intact. There was so many incumbents.
And again, even with council change, you're probably not going to see with any council much change in the vision. What's changing is how you go about achieving that vision. That's what changes from election cycle. And even then, it should be incremental change. You're not likely very often to have a revolutionary change associated with it. So you can, but I've lived through that a couple of times, and it can be an interesting environment. So yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
I was also going to respond to, thank you, Mayor Lee, to Councilwoman White-Boyd's comment about changes. Thank you for moving the date of that, because I know Bob got a long email from me last time, but all those, they were just like small words here or there, things like adding in somewhere in here we focus on sidewalk and maintenance. I said, well, let's include crosswalks, trying to do small things like that. But my hope is I want to ask a question differently. The only real way that we should really see changes here, especially in our targeted actions, is by something being completed. But when we're looking at, like, this is the Wasena Main Street Bridge replacement. This year, hopefully, I know we'll talk about this soon, we'll have initiation, and then next year we update this plan, it's continued, and then eventually it'll be completed this year, and then the year after that, we'll be able to take it off.
Yeah, if you actually picked up the one that we're working off of right now, there's actually items that are no longer in this one because they were completed, so they have been removed from that.
And on that, because that was my follow-up question, could we get a list of what those ones are, the things that do get completed and removed off? Because it'd just be nice to see, this is what we said we were going to do, and we got it done.
Yeah, we can absolutely do that. And matter of fact, I'll bring that with us when we actually are ready to approve in February with that item. Absolutely, we can do that. So, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Lee.
Any other?
This kind of builds on what Councilman Pretty just said, but as I was looking through these priorities and the things that have been accomplished over time, but also things that we get regular updates on. For example, we have some pretty specific requests in support of Roanoke City Public Schools. It would be nice to have on a regular basis, where are we with the graduation rate? Where are we with PALS? And that could be something that's just included in one of our joint meetings with them at the best time to do that when those measurements are in. Is there a way, a lot of organizations use dashboards to just track, these are our priorities, these are our action items, this is the progress we're making. I think that would be really beneficial to kind of consolidate. I know that takes time to create it, but it helps to consolidate where we are progressing with these targeted action items, and then, as you said, when they're done, they come off.
Those measured and indicators reports, two things, we feel like two things need to take place with the performance measures and indicators that we use and you use. One of those is they got to be completely revamped. Some of them are still valid. I'll use the example you used with schools, knowing graduation rates and what schools are accredited and that kind of thing. That still remains a very important measure in which the investment you're making and what's happening with that investment. But there are a number of them. If you look, hopefully not in this plan, but if you look back at older budgets that had all those in there are a lot of them that really give you minimal value in the information that they provide and also offer little help in making any decisions. So one step is to actually completely revamp what those measures are, and we'll be doing that with you all because they're ultimately things that need to be important and helpful to us as well as to you all with that. And the other is, that second part is what you were talking about, Vice Mayor, which is the way in which that information is presented. So that some of those are really programmatic, meaning do this and you're done, kind of check mark. Others really are progressive. So you're trying to see, I'll go back to the graduation rate again. It's like, what is the graduation rate currently? What's the target and how has that changed over time? That's useful information that lends itself kind of to a dashboard kind of environment. At the end of the briefings, of course, you'll get the briefing from Brent regarding how the budget's performing each year. And you'll notice in there, that's what we're using as kind of a dashboard of those to get a sense of where should we be in this part of the year and where are we both in revenues and expenditures. And parts of it are graphic, parts of it are numbers. And so, yes, I think that's where we're headed with that measures and indicators. There used to be a standalone document that was actually created for that you would basically see at the end of the year. And I guarantee that nobody up here, myself included, has ever looked at that or used it. It was done in order to actually accomplish an objective that we had to do to secure one of those accreditations that we have. It really needs to be a document that we actually pick up at the end of the year and say, okay, I understand, the people in the community understand what measures we actually accomplished and how those relate back to this plan and our other plans. That's where we're headed with those.
All right,
well, thank you. And again, as you review it and questions come up or thoughts or comments, please just reach out to me and let me know so that, again, somewhere in early February, I'd like to be able to put together sort of what appears to be kind of a final draft, if you will, that will be ready for February 20th action on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
If, Susie, would you mind handing out the other item? It's over there. So I'm going to now switch over to ARPA. So this item is an update on the Star City Strong Recovery and Resiliency Fund, or what we'll just keep referring to as ARPA. You all remember that from the point at which the program was approved, and again, the same as the other one, there's nothing different in what you're getting from what I had before, just so you have a hard copy in front of you. Once we took action on the recommendations from the advisory panel, I've been back here a few times to share with you updates on how things are going, and also we've incrementally been programming the money along the way, and I'll talk more about that in just a moment. And also in between those times, of course, you've been provided updates either through my weekly briefings or through specific project updates. Eureka Park, for example, you've received some of those stuff. This is the latest in that series, and so I want to kind of walk through those. This is my optimistically, I have labeled this as the implementation update and final recommendations. I'm optimistic that we're getting actually near the end of ARPA. As you all know, the one part of ARPA ends at the end of this year, December 31st, 2024, and I'll talk about that and what its implications are. As a result, most of this briefing is kind of updates. There aren't actually a whole lot of decisions left at the end. We've pretty much made most of the decisions, most of the investments are underway, but there are still a few that I want to kind of cover with you as we work our way through this. Just to remind everyone, the ARPA resulted in federal aid to every single locality in the country. As far as everybody knows, that's the first and only time that has happened in the country's history, meaning every city, town, county, special district, Native American reservation, go through the list, all received some kind of aid to recover from COVID. In our case, we received $64.5 million of ARPA aid. That was in addition to what we previously received under the CARES Act, which preceded ARPA. Along with our funding, local schools, airport, and a number of others received direct funding. So and I don't remember the number now, I want to say it's in the 50s. So our schools received $50-something million under this same program, different name, but same program. So did the airport, and so did the transit as well, and some others with it. You all, of course, appointed a citizen advisory panel, just as you did with the CARES Act. The mayor and at that time Vice Mayor White Boyd were the co-chairs of that effort. The group met for a number of meetings over a few weeks and ultimately produced a collection of recommendations that were brought here. With the concurrence of the council, we proceeded on implementing those recommendations, and that's what's been going on really since September of 2021. If you can imagine, it was that long ago that we started on some of these efforts. The focus of CARES Act was really on response. So how do we use dollars to make sure that folks are actually kept safe? That was right in the middle of COVID or at the beginning of COVID. So a lot of that was focused on getting PPE out, getting businesses a way in which they could keep people employed even if they had to close their businesses temporarily, and a whole host of other things tied with vaccines and all those. ARPA was more focused on finishing up the response and focusing much more on recovery and resiliency. So how can we now recover from the impacts of COVID and do so in a way that makes our community more resilient? And that led itself to a series of transformational changes. So a lot of what ended up in those recommendations and what you started us on the path of were fairly large, transformational, ideally one-time investments that were going to make a difference in the community, make us more resilient to similar kinds of shocks in the future. And again, I'll talk about what that really means as we kind of work our way through it. The recommendations came really in the form of focusing in three areas: people, places, and governance, and all of those working together to sustain and enhance prosperity and health and well-being for all. And hopefully that'll make more sense as we go through here. Probably the most significant change that occurred from when I was last here, which was in June, to now, is that Treasury, one of the things that we said was difficult with CARES Act and has been difficult with ARPA, is that you're entrusted with a significant amount of money, in our case $64.5 million, and that entrust comes with a series of obligations. problem was that most of those obligations were still being crafted. So they were, literally, we were being charged with, you all were being charged with spending these dollars in a meaningful way as fast as we possibly could while the rules were being written. That was true with CARES, that remained true with ARPA. So even as recently, remember the recommendations came to you all in September? We actually received all of our money in June of 22, and in August of 23, so over a year later, Treasury actually is still issuing new rules that apply. In this case, the latest rule actually really works to our benefit and honestly changed fairly dramatically what I anticipated in June that I would be standing here presenting to you all. So Treasury made a change in what they considered obligations. So you all may remember when I was here in June, we said, hey, we've got to have all of these funds obligated by December 31st, 2024. And the examples we gave were that really means everything's already under contract or it's been sent to somebody else. And you just got a few things to wrap up in the end. Well, there were a lot of questions by localities about what that meant to Treasury. And in August, Treasury came back and said, we consider dollars obligated if a couple of things happen. One, they're spent, obviously, those have been obligated spent, so that's definitely known. The second is if you have already transferred those funds to a subrecipient. So, for example, when we transferred funding to Habitat for the construction of homes in Southeast, that now is considered an obligation. That was not the way the ruling was before. You transferred it, but they had until December 31st, 2024 to spend their money. Now they have until December 31st, 2026, and I'll come back to that in just a second. And the third way that they said the obligation was met is if you had a contract. So we contracted for something, the construction of Eureka Recreation Center, for example, that is considered obligated and extends the timeline to that same December 31st, 2026. That's very, very good news because even though when I go through here, you'll see the vast majority of our projects are expected to end by 2024, but there are definitely projects that we either were going to be faced with repurposing the dollars or they would have to miss something. And I'll come back to how practically that's going to work and stuff. You like your question?
Bob, Mary Lee, I just wanted to make a quick comment. That seems more in line with what the state was going to be able with their guidance originally,
Yes.
where they had to decide by 2024, but truly they have until the 2026 to make sure everything's done.
Absolutely. It's also much more consistent with the way that the federal government actually operates most of their other programs. So it's not that surprising that they ended up there. It's a little surprising it took that long to be able to get to that point. So when I stood here in June, I fully expect to be standing here and saying, we probably got like $15-20 million that we have potentially at risk that can't finish their work at the end of 2024, we need to be thinking about how we repurpose that. That is no longer the case. We have a few dollars that I'll talk about at the end of this that is the case, but for the most part, with that change, we're going to have to revise some MOUs because we had all our MOUs ending at 2024. We'll revise those so that they actually go out into, and we will not extend them to December of 26. We'll probably be extending them to June of 26 so that we can actually have time at the end to sort of wrap up, and all of that should work fine. And I'll come back and talk more about this, but that was really the most significant change between June and now. Under each of those categories, those people, places, and governance, the task force identified a collection of opportunities. So things that investments could be made in. So like on this one, for people, you see things like homelessness, food insecurity, inclusive economic development, and so on. And those were just ideas, things that they thought, these are things that we could and should be spending money on, and then they actually went forward and identified a number of projects that we then took and in many cases found partners. Some of those partners were sub-recipients, so people we already are engaged with. Again, I'll use my Habitat example. Others were contract. We actually issued an RFP and actually solicited somebody, sometimes on the private sector, sometimes as a nonprofit partner, and actually entered into a contract for services with them. On this list are a number of items. If you see a check mark next to them, they're effectively finished. So we've completed all of the work on those. If you see just the sort of the bullet point on it, those are in process, and I'll come back and talk about some of these. And then the ones that are in yellow are the ones in the next couple of slides I'm going to focus the most on as we go through, but I can talk about any of these as they work our way through. And I'm not going to touch on these much because you've got them there in case there's other questions with it. And just in the interest of time, I want to focus on the the larger ones and how they're progressing. It's also during this that I'll explain if there is a case where we're looking at this and saying, this is an area where I am concerned and we may need to reallocate. I'll highlight that also. The Star City Works program, so this is a subrecipient agreement with the Western Virginia Workforce Development Board. It was a $3 million project, and that is an area where they are focusing on services to businesses, service to job seekers, and services to youth, all with the intent of better linking folks that are maybe employed or underemployed, but also people who are unemployed, with actually growing job sectors. So think, one of the examples I've used before is, think of the growing pharmacy tech positions that exist with Carillion, for example. This is taking folks who may have an interest in that. They may be working in some place that has no relationship to that at all. They have to go secure additional training. They have to actually secure equipment and other kinds of things. This program actually helps them do that. That's one example. You all witnessed one of the other examples, which was just by coincidence when we had our strategic planning retreat over at the Bella Vista room. If you remember, we went downstairs and the room was, the special events area was filled with middle school youth. That's the Career Quest program, which is a part of this also, which is bringing thousands of middle-aged school children from all over the region into this area to expose them to career options that exist within our region and our community. That's another example of what this one is. This was actually one of those that, if that deadline had stayed at 2024, I would have come back and said, I think we're going to need to repurpose some of these funds. I'm absolutely confident they can finish their work by the new deadline that we have that extends it out to 2026. Could not have done so probably if it had to end at 2024. The next one I wanted to highlight is the LEAP Food Systems Hub. So this was, again, a subrecipient agreement with LEAP. And this was a multifaceted agreement that had a lot of different parts associated with it. Those parts included the establishment of a West End food hub. Essentially what that meant is a place where the growers in our region could bring their food to one central location. That central location would allow them then to actually repackage the food that came in for distribution either through the mobile LEAP unit or at one of the farmers markets that take place, or a number of other programs that LEAP actually operates. That was the facility that during our ARPA tour you were all able to visit and saw the work. That work has been completed, so that facility was acquired. All of the work in that building has been completed with the exception of two pieces. One piece being, if you remember, we went in, there was a, Maureen identified kind of a retail space where it'll operate almost like a storefront.
Yeah.
That piece will be finished and opened this spring, so that's the next piece. And then if you remember where we all parked, in that parking area, that's where the West End Farmers Market will move from its current location to there. Right now, they're just using kind of pop-up tents. That will actually have a permanent sort of pavilion structure associated with it. This also included significantly more funding that went into the match program that they have, so that folks who are trying to purchase fresh produce and other products from the market, and they may be SNAP recipients or some other kind of social assistance, this allows those values to be increased, was a part of this program also. What that allows people to do is to access healthy food, but it also allows the growers who are growing it to make a decent return on that investment, rather than them having to lower their price so that folks actually could afford based off of their fixed income. That's a program they have run. They actually run it across the state, and they've run that program for a number of years. This helped infuse cash pretty quickly into this. I actually believe this one right now has an MOU that will end at the end of 24. I believe their work will all be completed by the end of 24, so don't anticipate the MOU needing to be adjusted with that at all. One of the other items, I don't think I highlighted this one before, but you all are familiar because we've had a couple of presentations on this before, but we also had funding in that allowed us to add 2 more outreach workers to our homeless assistance team, and then there was a partner program that also allowed us to join others in funding a 2-year pilot with DRI, the Ambassadors Program, which you all get reports associated with that. And again, because of recent presentations, recent briefings with you all, you know that what this has allowed our folks in HAT to do is help over 200 individuals in each of the last 2 years secure housing that were otherwise unhoused. So it has definitely made a difference in us being able to get resources out into the community, get people who are experiencing homelessness into housing and get those permanent services around them to aid them as well. DRI, obviously, with the Ambassadors Program, has been a great success. It has really changed a lot of the look of downtown in both cleanliness as well as outreach and other efforts. And I'll talk about part of repurposing. One of the programs we have is I would recommend that we actually help fund this for an additional extension of the pilot period. And I'll come back and talk about that in just a moment. Another project that was a part of this was the Roanoke Valley Collective Response. If you remember when when the advisory panel was making these recommendations, one of the results from what was going on with COVID and the fallout associated with it was an uptick in what was already a significant issue associated with substance use and substance abuse, particularly with opioids. And so they wanted some of these dollars to go to aid the efforts that were already underway here. What ultimately ended up getting funded was staffing for the Roanoke Valley Collective Response. You'll remember that Janine Underwood came here and presented on behalf of that group. They had been a group of volunteers doing the work, and it was time for them to transition into that more permanent arrangement. We worked with the Regional Commission, and so the Regional Commission actually, they're employees of the Regional Commission. Through ARPA, we're funding them. So we funded their startup. This is one of those check boxes. That work is completed. They have completed their initial startup. They have completed kind of an update to the blueprint that they had. And this program will actually, as you all know, be sustained by the multi-year, 17-plus year litigation settlements around opioids. And so this is a program that we jump-started with this, but now will allow the region to continue using the opioid settlement funds to proceed forward. And you'll remember we presented kind of the 5-year plan associated with this going forward, and we'll do that each year. We'll kind of update that 5-year plan as it moves its way through. So this program, that $390,000 investment has now opened up literally tens of millions of dollars of outside, mostly private funding that's coming in through the result of litigation that actually will allow this group to continue to progress in their work. GRTC, there was actually a meeting today where this was briefed as well, and of course you all know that there were 2 efforts identified with GRTC. One of those was expanded hours and days of service. That is being delivered through the MetroFlex program, which just kicked off this month, and also an acceleration of our shelter program. And we've always had a shelter program, or they have always had a shelter program, and there actually has been money attached to that shelter program, but we wanted to use ARPA as an opportunity to accelerate that. This is another area where if this project had to end in '24, I'd probably be coming back and saying we got to reprogram some of the money. The contract for the flex service takes care of about $2 million of the $3 million, so that's clearly taken care of going into beyond. We're working with the city attorney's office to see if we can actually enter into an MOU with the GRTC and have that considered as a subrecipient agreement, which we believe we can. And if we do, then that means the dollars will stay there for the shelters going all the way out to 26. So we'll be able to spend all of those dollars on shelters and finish up that work. We have also enlisted our engineering team to aid in that. One of the challenges that they were having was Kevin and Ronnie do a great job, but they're 2 people. And so trying to actually make all of those shelter locations happen on their own was really slowing it down. So we've actually brought in our engineering group to aid in that effort also as it moves us through. So we should be okay. And again, we'll have to enter into a new MOU with that through GRTC. Contract takes care of the other piece.
Carol, let me talk to the Vice Mayor.
Sure.
Did you make an announcement the other day regarding the extended hours?
Yeah. So,
yeah, that's the flex service. If you want to.
Yeah, so we just confirmed this today. Angie was here earlier, but we'll get these brochures to you. So scheduling for the new MetroFlex service starts tomorrow. You'll be able to call. There's a dedicated number, which is 540-343-1721. There are multiple ways that people can sign up for this. One is a subscription where you can sign up for regular occurring rides. One is on demand, like address to address. And then the other is, I forgot what the other one is.
There's a third one.
There is a third one. The launch date is Monday, the 22nd, The hours start from 8:45 PM and go to 12:45 AM, Monday through Saturday, and Sunday service, 9 to 6. So,
Yeah, so this program was really a response to the desire to extend hours as well as days. The sustainability piece of this, 'cause remember, at the beginning, I said these are supposed to be transformational that we can do with one-time expenditures. The sustainability piece of this is Kevin believes that if we can demonstrate that we are indeed getting ridership through this, that we will be able to secure additional FTA and DRPT funds. That is dependent on ridership. So if folks don't use it, we will not be able to actually keep the service because we would not be able to sustain this without those extra dollars coming into the community.
Right, and that's something I think public need to know, really, because this is something we've been looking at for years.
Right.
It's not didn't happen, and I'm so pleased, and the people there were pleased to hear that.
And it's a 2-year pilot, so we'll be doing this for 2
Right.
years to prove up the usefulness of it so that we can secure those other dollars.
All right, Mr. Pretty.
Just have one quick question on that, have a bunch other for later. Are we at the process of making sure that it won't only be cash only? I know that's the acceptance right
We
now, and is
are.
there anything we need to do to help with that on our end?
most of it is cost-related.
Okay.
I've asked, actually, Kevin and Ron to come in and give more of a thorough overview of the process, which includes information about that. We discussed that at length today. They're working on it, but there's more of a cost involved in establishing that because they want to do it consistently across the board, not just with Metroflex, but also with the bus system.
Okay,
So-
all right.
Is there going to be a rollout on this to the public?
Yes, so they have started kind of the awareness program with it. You know, they want to dip their toe in a bit with it starting on Monday because they do anticipate hiccups with it. Once they kind of know that it is firmly up and running, then yes, they will have a full-on kind of awareness. And we will leverage that also out through all of our contacts with it. So it's gotten some media coverage. I think it'll pick up more when it actually starts running. So,
That's
yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Mr. Cowell,
Go ahead.
or Vice Mayor, who are we, GRTC, who have they contracted with?
Radar.
Radar?
Right, yeah, I couldn't remember, so yes.
Yeah. The other thing
I thought I saw that someplace, but I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, and that was, the reason that we can use that contract is because that was after an RFP process, so that actually went out for bid. In effect, they were the successful winners of that. With that change in Treasury's guidance, that's enough to carry those dollars into '26, so that's why we can do a 2-year program.
Okay, I just saw a picture of a radar bus when they were advertising, but I never saw it in writing saying that that's who they actually contracted.
And the other thing I'll add is that they've already been reaching out to businesses. They've met with folks at Blue Hills Industry Center, ICT.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because businesses have already reached out asking about, transportation for employees, so.
And Carillion should
Yeah.
because of those
Right,
night workers.
Right, yeah.
Very good. The second category was, so those were people-focused programs. These are places and focused program, and again, very similar to the other. There were a number of opportunities identified to help small businesses, to address recreation, infrastructure, and some others. And again, there are limits as to what these ultimately can go for as exhibited by the guidelines from Treasury, but we've tried to be as creative, I think, as we can and stay within those boundaries. So there were a number of from those opportunities, there were a number of individual projects and initiatives that were identified just as they were with people. Obviously, again, on these, the items that are checked are ones that are already complete. The items with the bullet points are in process, and the ones that are in yellow I'll cover here in more detail. This one I won't actually cover a whole lot in detail because one of the affordable housing projects was a $570,000 that we entered into a sub-recipient agreement with the land bank, with TAP, in order to do that. And the reason I won't go into a lot of detail is Angela Penn was just here to give you a briefing on that. So as you all know, they already have nearly expended all of those dollars through a variety of projects, some of those being lots that they've turned over to developers, some of those being homes that they actually have provided for others to actually redevelop, and all the way up to the church that was actually acquired and is being used for, I think, 15 affordable housing units within that piece of that. But that was one of the projects that is very near completion. So again, no issue associated with the deadline on that one. One of the larger projects was actually the affordable housing project that was a partnership with Habitat. Habitat itself has a number of other partners that are assisting them. And if you remember, there were two components to this program. One of those was to acquire properties, mostly existing homes, that could be rehabilitated and made available as affordable housing for Habitat clients. And alongside that was a job training program so that folks who are interested in actually gaining experience, both technical experience and practical experience in home construction, could do so in partnership with the Build Smart Institute. So folks would go to the Build Smart Institute, take the training and secure the certifications, and then they would actually help build the houses and gain that actual experience, making them more eligible in the workforce. The house that's actually in the image on the left of the screen is the house that you all visited on our ARPA tour. And if you remember, that entire house was actually constructed, or that house was constructed entirely by the homeowner who was present when we were there, and the Build Smart Institute folks. So this was not, most Habitat's houses are a combination of homeowner and volunteers. In this case, it was a combination of homeowner and the Build Smart Institute students that were going through that. So it was one really good example associated with this. Again, actually expect this to be completed in '24 also. So don't anticipate an extension of the MOU. All of the homes in this project, should note, all of the homes for this are all located in Southeast. That was one of that was the focus area. The home that's in the image over here is near Highland, and I can't remember the cross street that is associated with it, but so all of those were focused in that area.
Mr. Cowell,
Sure.
Mayor, can I ask Mr. Cowell a question? With the relationship that we have with Bill Smart, are we going to be able to continue that? Because, I mean, that's the use of
Yes, I hope so. So there's a couple things. The Star City Works program that I mentioned earlier with Morgan and Workforce Development, they also have a relationship with them, and so does Goodwill. So we're actually trying to link other partners.
Did Roanoke City School ever make a connection with them, or do you know? Or
I don't know. I don't know if they did through their on-site learning program and stuff. I can find that out because I'm not sure.
Yeah, I thought that they were, because I thought that might be a way, a way to help sustain the program, because I think it's a great program. I was just wondering, how long are we going to be able to?
Yeah, hopefully there'll be an opportunity beyond this. I don't know if it'll be in exactly the same way, because we've done a lot through this program really to support the students going through the program versus actually working directly with the institution. And we have to shift that.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Sure. One of the other places programs, of course, that you'll be familiar with, which is actually the largest recreation program that I think the city probably has ever done, which is a $13+ million renovation replacement of the Eureka Recreation Center, 8 million of which is coming from, and you'll see a little bit later, more than 8 million, because I'm going to be recommending a little bit more money be added into this, coming from ARPA. The rest is coming from general fund dollars that we placed within this. So you all know from other presentations and briefings that all of the design work is complete on this project, and the project itself is going through final bid award for the contractor. And would expect that permitting work would occur this summer, spring, summer, and then construction would begin. This is one that we have to get under contract with the contractor by the end of '24 so that we can actually lock in that '26 date. We expect this to actually be completed in '25, sometime in late '25, but in order to get the money to go beyond that point, we've got to get it under contract. So that's the focus right now associated with this one, with it. And again, I'll come back a little bit later because there's a little bit of extra money we want to put into this project, and I'll explain kind of why as we move forward. The largest project was the highest ranked project from the advisory panel, and also the most expensive, or the largest investment, and that is the Northwest Roanoke Hub, specifically focused on the grocery store. So this is a partnership with Goodwill. They are a subrecipient in this case. And of course, you all know the groundbreaking has already occurred. Construction is already underway. They've moved their offices into downtown from out of this area, and so the contractor is working diligently on the property. This is actually a $30 million project, $10 million of which is coming from ARPA funding. It includes the grocery store, which will be the first piece that will open. They have a targeted open date of around November of '24. That will be followed by the financial institution, which will be the Bank of Botetourt, as well as the alternative high school that will be in the back of it. and also a wellness center, which is a consortium of a variety of healthcare providers operating that in our community, and some common kind of open areas. So the expectation is that the grocery store will open again in November of this year, and then the other pieces will follow over the course of the next several months. So probably we will not need to extend the MOU that we have with Goodwill. If they open in November, we'll be within our timeframes. We may, around June or July, reevaluate that. And if they look like they're going to be a month or two off, we don't want to risk, so we would amend the MOU with it. But that project is obviously progressing quite well. And you know that when that was the number one project, I was a bit worried because that was a heavy lift, and I'm very, very thankful for Goodwill and for Richmond to take on that responsibility and move forward with it. So very important project for the area. The last category was governance. A lot of this stuff was really things that were that we were still taking care of inside City Hall. We were still having to get and buy PPE at the time. We were having to deal with lost tax and fee revenue, and there were some other things that we were trying to do. There were a few individual initiatives and projects. A piece of the Hidden in Plain Sight program was a part of this. There were some software costs that we needed to do. There was a program called Neighborhoods of Opportunity that I'll come back to in just a moment. There were public safety employee hazard pay bonuses, essential employee bonuses that were paid back a couple of years ago with this program. And the Emergency Operations Center retrofit was something that was discussed in June that I'll also come and talk about in just a second. So let me sort of kind of wrap this up where we are, and then I'll conclude with recommendations. So the first year that we were here, so right after the advisory panel, we allocated 75% of the $64.5 million that we had received. At that time, that was even before Omicron. We were just beginning to kind of come out of, or what we hoped we were coming out of, COVID, but we weren't sure, so we held back 25%. We came back to you all at some point after that and reallocated that 25% so that when we, with the exception of $5 million, when we rolled into June, we had all but $5 million of the funds dedicated to some project, some initiative, and it was all underway. We had MOUs in place or contracts or what have you. The $5 million was held back because that was right when Omicron was kind of peaking, and again, we didn't know if we would need to do any of those. In June of last year, we committed those last $5 million. That's where the Community Housing Trust Fund got $2 million. That's where another $1 million went to the in-stream kayak park, and $2 million went to something that I've got on my list that I can't remember. But we allocated those dollars with that. And that way all the funds were allocated. And we also at that time started allocating the interest earned. So $64.5 million sitting in the bank, and we were kind of doling this out as projects went on, was earning interest. And I'll talk about that here in just a moment also as we go through. Oh, the other $2 million out of that was to go to infrastructure improvements at Riverdale, and I'll talk about that here in just a moment. So again, I'm not going to go into every one of these projects that are on here, but many of these we've already talked about, but a lot of these were projects that were identified with that last 25%, that last $5 million, or those interest earned projects. So I've already mentioned, and you all know this, $5 million of affordable housing was used to match the home ARP funds that we also received from the federal government regarding, and CDBG and some other funds with it. So that project, of course, is a very large project that actually our ARPA dollars will have to be spent within a couple of years. But some of those other HUD ARPA dollars actually go to, I think, like 28. So it's a long-range project associated with that. We're nearly complete on all of the, on the Park Roanoke capital maintenance project. So this is inside our parking operation. There was a loss of revenue, obviously, when offices were closed. So the $1 million made up for that. Those projects are nearly complete. There was $2 million in this. There was money from CARES before that as well, but $2 million for deferred outdoor park maintenance. So you'll remember when we were on our tour, we stopped at the playground that was in place that had just been replaced. But there are many playgrounds, many athletic courts all across the city that have been replaced using these dollars. That is nearly complete also. Both of those will be absolutely complete by the end of, prior to the end of '24, so we should have no issues associated with that. I had mentioned that we provided $300,000 to DRI for 2 years of its pilot ambassadors program. I will be in a minute here recommending that we match that again to try to extend that pilot another 2 years. We heard just earlier today that we approved $250,000 for tree planting. That also, as Bill just mentioned, is nearing completion and will be complete by the end of '24. We have $3 million allocated to the Roanoke River the in-river kayak park. That project is nearly complete in its design and is working its way through its permitting process. Construction will be relatively straightforward on that project. Permitting is what takes a long time with that. Again, we have to have that project under contract before the end of '24 so that we can make certain that those dollars can carry over into '25 when the project is expected to be complete. There are $2 million identified for the Belmont Fallon target area that I'll come back to in just a moment. And there's $2 million identified for behavioral health care that I'll come back in a moment because I'm actually recommending reallocate those funds. I already mentioned that we established the Workforce Housing Trust Fund, $2 million, and it's anticipated that all of those dollars will be loaned by the end of '24. And so that program will meet its obligations by the end of '24. If we find that it hasn't, we'll amend the subrecipient agreement that we have with TAP so that we can extend that. But they believe and we believe they are, of course, also using those dollars to leverage additional resources that will bring more money into that trust fund. The Riverdale redevelopment infrastructure they talked about, that was allocated the last time we met in June. That is for specific infrastructure. So inside the Riverdale project, that 100 acres or so, everything in there has been privately owned for 100 years. Private water lines, private sewer lines, private streets. All of that as it redevelops will be turned into public water lines, public sewer lines, and public streets as it shapes out into a neighborhood. ARPA is fairly specific that it can be used for certain types of infrastructure. Water lines and wastewater lines are two of those that it can be used for. So we are currently working with the developer to actually secure those designs and be able to proceed forward. This is another one that we'll have to have under contract by the end of '24. We'll revisit this one probably in June just to make sure that we're going to be able to meet that objective. I mentioned the interest earned. In June, if you remember, we had $1.6 million of interest earned, and we allocated it in the way that's described on here. Alongside ARPA, there's a lot of other federal programs that are out there that require some form of match associated with it. So at that time, we recommended $837,000 be set aside for those matches. There was money, if you remember, from the Harrison Museum, which is a guarantee that the city had in order to further the Harrison Museum. We had actually, for lack of a better term, borrowed that money during COVID in order to make certain that we could cover our expenses. That has been replenished, and that was out of that interest earned. And I'll come back because there's a significance about interest earned here in a minute. We also took $250,000 of that interest earned to make sure that we had the dollars necessary to complete all the youth recreation programs that we have in place for the remainder of this year. We also put $200,000 to meet our obligations on our reserve funds that we have within the city. And then we indicated if it was still earning interest, any additional interest earned should be equally divided between the federal grant matches and also the fund, the reserve balances. Right now, it looks like there's another $1.2 million that has been earned in interest, so a total of $2.8 million in interest. So what that would mean is about another $600,000 would go to that $837 to match, which is good because, again, as we compete for those federal projects, we need those match dollars. And then the stabilization reserves would go up another $600,000. That might actually allow us to reduce what we have to put into reserves with the FY25 budget, which will let us stretch things a little bit further for FY25. We'll probably still get a little more money in that interest earned, so we'll keep you up to date on kind of how that's unfolding. But as the money gets spent, it's earning obviously less and less interest. Sure.
Ms. Baird, may I ask a question? Before you go on the youth recreation where you use the interest earned, will any of the interest earned off of this new money be used for any youth recreation?
No, but we have actually year-end money from FY23 that will be coming back to you all in about a month to actually pick that up. So that's where we're picking those extra dollars up for that piece of it.
Okay,
So,
okay, I'll wait and see.
and it'll actually be more than, I don't remember the exact number, but it's at least $250 and maybe $300,000 with that.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
And that will go toward some of the extra programs we're doing with like the Washington Park summer program.
That's what I was going to wait to ask, okay.
Last slide. So these are sort of our kind of the recommendations. What I hope to be basically the final recommendations for this program. Top line ones are pretty easy, which we will continue to close out projects and our initiatives. We'll begin this work in July of this year and conclude that in December, so that projects that have to or that we know have completed this year, we'll be finishing those up. Where necessary, some of those I've highlighted, we'll revise the MOUs with subrecipients for any projects that we need to extend beyond 24, though no project will be extended beyond June of 26. That will be the cutoff in order for us to wrap everything up. Similarly, ensure that all contracts are secure for city-funded projects extending beyond 24. One caveat with the Treasury guidance that makes it really important for these two to be done well is that even though we can extend things by contract or subrecipient agreement beyond 24, if for some reason that money does not get spent, we cannot repurpose it. Once that December 24 deadline hits, those dollars are set. So we have to make certain that those projects are going to be continued and finished as we go forward. Repurpose funds as necessary, which again I'll talk about some more here in just a moment. And then prepare an outcomes report. One of the things that we learned from the CARES Act is even though we had a lot of briefings and we put a lot of information out there regarding the CARES Act, we actually did a survey of community members, and very, very few community members could identify what the CARES Act funding was used for. So we're actually going to use some of the ARPA dollars to do something very similar to what, if you remember at the end of the Year of the Artist program, Doug Jackson came in with a document that actually showed all the things that had been done. We're going to do that for all of the ARPA investments that you all have made, and that will actually get mailed to every single household in the community. So that way, folks will know without exception how those dollars were spent and what was achieved by those. That'll be a blend of data and facts and details, but also testimonials from people that have benefited from the programs, images and so on. Probably, my guess is somewhere in December or January is when we would end up sending those out there. And we can use ARPA funds to fund the cost of that program.
And Mr. Howell, I would just add that I think it's important that people know that we use that committee to do that.
Yes.
Because every city did not do that. Some of the council members just went in a closed room and decided where their money would go. And we didn't do that.
Absolutely. We'll cover all of that history in that document and stuff as well.
Important.
So, yeah. Last pieces here, some of these I've already mentioned. These are the repurposing things. So you'll remember I mentioned the Neighborhoods of Opportunity program. We had $1 million dedicated to that. So that program was to focus on improving health outcomes in Northwest and in Southeast Roanoke, and do so also by building capacity in those neighborhoods for leadership capacity. We've spent about $70,000 on that so far with some consulting work that we had done and some other groups that we had met with it. But we are not going to expend the $1 million in the 2024 timeframe that we have for that. That, for a variety of reasons, that program just has not advanced in the way that we had hoped. So I'm recommending that we keep $250,000 of that in that program. I believe we can make good use of those dollars with those two neighborhoods through the rest of 24, and reallocate $300,000 of this to extend the DRI Ambassadors Program for another 2 years. Now, that is dependent on DRI's other sources of revenue to cover the rest of the cost, because we're only a partner in it. We're not the complete funder with that. And we are I am also recommending that $450,000 of that be dedicated to neighborhood center projects out of our neighborhood centers plan that we approved in Northwest and Southeast. So the dollars will still be invested in Northwest and Southeast. They'll just be invested in the neighborhood centers out of the plan that we have.
Is that similar to when you talk about the neighborhood centers plan? Is that the Gainesboro?
Gainesboro is one of those, but also Ninth had one.
Yeah, and Southeast.
Southeast. So there's, if you remember, in each Northwest and Southeast, there's probably 2 or 3 of those in each of those areas.
Was 11th Street
11th was one of those, yeah, down where kind of Curtis Hamler and also Humble Hustle, kind of in that area.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to make sure.
So that's where those go. And the intent, there's $500,000 in the current budget that you approved to go toward all neighborhood plans, neighborhood center plans across the city. And we're investing that. These will be focused just in those 2 areas, since it's coming out of an effort that was really focused on Southeast and on Northwest.
So the 450 covers those 3 plans that we just named?
Correct. Now, it'll still be just a part. It's just the next investment in those areas.
Okay.
Yep. The next one is, if you remember, there under the mental health and substance use, so I didn't discuss this one, there was $600,000 allocated that went to Bradley Free Clinic and a couple of other folks in our community that provide mental health and substance use services. And all of those dollars were expended. We met what their requests were, and we still have $209,000 left in that category. And I would like to reallocate that to, we've discussed this very briefly before, and we'll have a more complete briefing in the future on this, the Mobile Integrated Healthcare Pilot Program. So this is a program that the fire EMS have developed where folks that call significant number of times for transport to the emergency room and that appear not to have something acute. So either they're calling because they don't feel well, they're calling because they really have no way to get to the emergency department other than that. This would be a unit that proactively would go out to those folks and try to figure out what's going on. It may be that they can't get their prescription. It may be that they actually need some other kind of aid in their house, and they would actually help do that
Yeah,
with
like
it.
they've
So-
fallen and can't get up.
Get up.
I mean, because a lot of aides can't get them up.
Yeah.
And
And so that's what
I see
this
it a lot.
program, the program would be staffed by paramedics and by mental health workers, social workers that would aid them in whatever way they can. It is a pilot. We think we could fund this for a year, maybe 2 years. Then we would have to, if it is successful, we would have to find a sustainable resource for this. So it involves startup costs and personnel costs, and there's two categories that I would recommend drawing this from. The $2 million of behavioral health support, these were for items, we hadn't really identified what these were going to be used for in addition to, we already had funded quite a bit in behavioral health and substance use, and honestly, with the opioid settlement coming into play, this really seemed duplicitous. It really didn't need to dedicate these dollars the way that we were previously anticipating to do. So we haven't spent any of the money out of this category yet. So I'm recommending that we reallocate $200,000 of this also to that healthcare, that mobile integrated healthcare. These would be for the startup costs. The other one would be for personnel costs. Also recommending that we use $250,000 for the community health workers in the community. United Way manages this program, but they're actually embedded in other parts of the city. So some of them are at Carillion, some of them are at, I think Bradley Free Clinic has some community health workers. This would just be a one-time infusion, though. It's not to sustain the program. It's just to get that kind of a jump start as well. $100,000 to our Star City Safe program. This is our internal. This is what Jeffrey Powell helps us manage. This is our internal efforts. It's where we do a lot of the after-school programs or the Wednesdays at the library and a lot of other outreach program with youth. And then $1.45 million of this going to the Eureka Recreation Center and Eureka Park. Even though we've got $13 million in the budget for Eureka, and that includes design. The way bids are coming in, I'm a little bit anxious about our ability to secure it with the funding that we have. So these, I think, will ensure that we can absolutely meet whatever the bid requirements are. And if we're still fortunate to keep the bids in that 12 to 13 million, it will actually give us some money to do improvements in the park itself, not just with the recreation facility. So hopefully that will be, now, again, that will be dependent on us getting all of this under contract by the end of the year. So we'll revisit. If we're not at that point in June or July, we may have to revisit that piece, but I think we can make that work.
Is Eureka Park being utilized now? How long will that be? Because there's a lot of confusion on.
Yeah, it'll probably be once the permitting is complete. So let's say all our permitting is complete by the end of the summer, you're looking at least 18 months of construction. Now, we will have to come back to you all because at some point, the first piece will be to do the addition, and at some point, we have to start working on the existing gym, which means we've got to have alternative programming because we'll have to close the gym, because the addition doesn't have a gym. It has multi-purpose rooms, classrooms, and those kinds of things, so we'll have to come back. But you could assume you're going to spend 18 months from the time you start construction on it till it's finished, and that really would be the building. The outside stuff may actually take a little bit longer, the parking lot, and I think we're relocating the basketball courts, or resurfacing those and stuff too. So, but yeah, you're going to.
You have one more bullet point, then I have.
Yeah, my last bullet point.
And what I do have a question, if I could, with regards to the $100,000 to the Star City Safe that you're adding in, and this will carry through 26?
No, this would only go through the rest of this year.
Okay.
Yes.
And what are the plans after?
We're going to have to put it in the budget. So what this will do is it would allow us to cover half of next fiscal year, but we will have to identify funding for the remainder of that fiscal year. So yes, if we're going to keep
and you will have an amount that we will be looking to.
Yes. If we're going to keep the Star City Safe program functioning, we're going to need to.
Okay.
We've been surviving so far off of ARPA
Right.
investments and some others, and it's ending.
Merely.
And then the last one I have, the last bullet point, is the Belmont Fallon target area. There was $2 million identified for projects, so you know that's a 5 or 7 year effort, and there are projects that get generated out of that. We've identified $2 million to go toward projects. That's still all good, and as long as we can get $2 million worth of projects done in this year, or under contract in this year, we'll be fine. If we cannot, then my recommendation is that we would transfer those dollars, and there's a mechanism we would have to go through to be able to do this, but transfer those dollars to go to the Belmont Fallon, or to the library, to the Belmont Library project. You know, there's a capital project that we're already having to kind of shift because of cost. So if we have money left in this, what we would do is we would actually use it for revenue replacement, turn that money into general fund dollars, and then drop it into that capital program. But if we can generate enough projects out of the Belmont Fallon target area planning work for the $2 million, we'll use it all on that purpose. I just need to have a kind of a plan B, if you will, on that one. That's it for me, so.
Merely.
Yes, sir.
I promise, I hope it's only 2 points. And I waited patiently. Bob, I don't know how you talked for that long. You put my computer to sleep. I had to get out my charger. First, remember there being discussion, but is the skate park included in this anywhere? And then the other.
The skate park is not in this because you already have the skate park in your CIP.
Okay.
So, yeah, so we've already accounted for that.
Then another was just, when it comes to the neighborhoods of opportunity, I know that hasn't gone exactly as planned, and I really do appreciate the program of the DRI has downtown, and downtown is one of our neighborhoods, but the original initiative of these ARPA funds is truly to be transformational, and I see that request as really just ongoing support for a current program, and I'd really hope that some of that money would really stay at focusing on how can we transform our neighborhoods, and especially if we don't know what other funding sources they have or what their plans are for operating this once ARPA funds are gone. I mean, I do think it's a wonderful program. I just don't think it's where these dollars need to go.
I think we can still make a difference in those two neighborhoods this year with that $250,000. I do share the concern that you have with the ambassadors, because I'm not talking out of turn here, because I have a letter sitting on my desk right now from DRI asking for a contribution to continue the ambassadors, even though, you know, obviously it was presented with ARPA funds as a pilot that we would be a part of. Clearly, they're going to be looking for a way to sustain that. And at some point, that means it's not going to be ARPA dollars. It's going to actually be something you need to look at in your general fund budget if we want to keep doing that. The total cost of that program is somewhere around $700,000, of which we provide about $200,000 each year toward. The rest comes from other sources. But that is, you know, the intent here was really to do things that would either find a sustainable source of revenue that didn't require us to keep making contributions, think of the opioid one as an example, or that were one time and we're kind of done. That is one that's going to probably live on beyond it with it. But yeah, I mean, my fear is with the neighborhood piece is we could put too much money into that and not be able to spend it. That's my concern.
I know. We just have, seeing that it was 1 million and we really wanted to help transform our neighborhoods in the process, and then seeing that it's down to 250,000 and we're going to spread that money out elsewhere, I hope there's something that we can do to spend as much of that in our neighborhoods as we can. And again, downtown is a neighborhood, but we have so many neighborhoods that have so many needs.
Well, and remember, it'll be 250 plus 450 being spent in those two neighborhoods. We're just, where before it was being spent on really the neighborhood, sort of the capacity building, it now will be built on some physical improvements along with the capacity building. So,
All right, thank you.
And we will ultimately have to figure out a sustainable way to fund those neighborhood center plans also. You know, we've been fortunate to be able to kind of identify one-time dollars, but at some point we need to have permanent dollars going forward.
Permanent dollars are decided, it's not going to be in our plan because it's been in there for 50 years. No.
Correct. No, we're doing it now. So the plans were done. I mean, for example, a small dollar amount, but you all provided funding in this year's budget to go toward aid to 2 co-working spaces in 2 of those neighborhood centers. One of those on Williamson Road business area, and the other one, the collective there with Humble Hustle. So those are 2 small ways in which that plan said to help businesses in those 2 neighborhood centers that we're able to do that piece. So there's small investments finally starting to work in those, but there's several of those that we've got to continue to invest in.
Mayor, that's all the points that I had.
All right. Any other questions? Well, I'm glad to get this report. It further strengthens the things that I say when I have spoken at the Melrose Plaza. When people are talking about, we're not doing anything in Roanoke, what are you doing? I mean, it's a combination of ignorance and not being informed as to what's going on and how it works, and maybe we have to do a better job than that. I'm not sure, but
Well, folks, come December or January of next year, there won't be any reason why people won't know exactly how you've invested these federal dollars in the program with that guide that'll come out in the end and kind of explain all of these. Hopefully people, I don't know how they could promote the Goodwill grocery there at Northwest Hub much more than they do, but I know from talking with Richmond, there are still people in the Northwest neighborhood that have never heard that project or that program, and that's just going to be part of what we have to deal with. We will then proceed in the direction kind of identified in here. I'll keep you up to speed. And again, even though I said I hope this is the last set of recommendations we have, it is still possible that we would come back with others if something changes from what this has been. We definitely will come back toward the end of the year sharing with you what that sort of book looks like that kind of highlights all of the projects that have been hopefully completed by that time and or nearing completion as we move forward and stuff. So thank you. Thank you.
thank you, Ms. Carroll.
Brent's next, so
Okay.
y'all can decide if you want to hear Brent or take a break. So.
Yeah, Brent always comes right before the break time. Come on up, Brent. Right before break is looming, right on top of you.
Real quick. That's right. It's a good time to do it.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. It's a pleasure again to be with you on this chilly afternoon and day. I'll be brief. I know we've had a lot of business already. We have some more, certainly, unless you have some questions. I think the message that we've brought to you on the kind of the budget progress of the current year, both revenue and expenditures, the message remains the same. I think we're on the same trajectories we've seen, and maybe I should bring this up here, which for those watching. So we quickly take a look at the local taxes through December of this year. So it's an easy kind of benchmarking to look at, around 50% of what we should be looking at. Real estate looks fine, looks strong. As we've gone through our first half collection, we're right at our 50% level. As you see, the personal property tax at only 9.7%. Once again, that comes in March and April, and so as we collect that and the information goes out. Public service tax, finally we received some of that, and finally I think on track with our budget collections there, and our penalties and interest are running a little light. However, penalties and interest season for general property taxes doesn't really hit until the last half of the year. So in our general property taxes, once again, our primary driver of revenue and the things we use, the sources we use to pay for most of our services here are doing very well. Sales tax, once again, running right on target, 32% to date. We're about 2 months behind in collections, so you add 16% to that, you're right at 50%. I will tell you, there are two that, overall, and this is probably not the place, I think Jason probably mentioned a little bit, the only two in our other local taxes that I think that probably would need some adjustment going forward is consumer utility tax. You'll notice it's about 36% or so today. The communications tax, I think those are ones we've been looking at for the last several years. They have been on somewhat of sustained decline over time, so probably is in our next revenue update with you, you'll see a downward revision probably of those, but plenty of other categories to make that up in right now. As you look, the cigarette tax is less. That's how it's designed to sort of discourage use. So that's not a surprise. Recordation and probate taxes underperform again for the reasons we've said. Not a lot of activity or squished activity in that area these days. B-poll taxes still to come in the spring. Just looking down through our transient occupancy and prepared foods taxes, once again, are running a little ahead of trend or projection because they're both a month behind in collection. So all in all, if you look at our local taxes, general property taxes, I think we're right on target with what we've discussed with you before, and we hope to generate a bit of a comfort by the end of the year with still maintaining a small surplus there. If you turn the page quickly, look at your the non-local taxes. Once again, permits and fees and revenue from use of money and property are going gangbusters up at the top for the things we've indicated, increase in some of the rates for permit fees and licenses, and I've already discussed a little bit of the fortunate place we find ourselves in with interest income with the funds we have in the bank these days. The only other one really there I'd like to charge out, charges for services seem a little light as well. However, in analysis we've found that just under $1 million of kind of a timing difference did not get posted until January for both the EMS service charges from our third-party collector and the Central Services pension plan, once that public safety uses, did not post until January. So we don't see any issues there. So I've talked a lot, talked quickly here. I will pause for a moment, see if there are any questions or concerns, any members of council.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. You were talking about making adjustments. Would you consider doing the same thing for the recordation and probate tax, or that's just the way it's trending right now, since it doesn't seem to be anywhere near where you projected?
Yes, I think absolutely. You know, that's one you try to estimate when the market picks back up. I guess we sort of have overlooked it at this stage. It's a fairly small number, but you're absolutely right, I suspect. Jason, we have been kind of eyeing that one as well. So yes, I suspect you will see that. And we hope that we see, one of the things we failed to mention that we always in the budget realm look for is the middle of February. And that's when the sales tax comes in for Christmas. And that pretty much puts a stake in the ground for what your projections for sales tax will be for the year. And anecdotally, I've heard that it was probably the retail season was slightly better than expected. So we're hopeful in February when we receive those.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes.
Actually, it's just a comment on your revenue summary and your non-local taxes. I see where the permits, the fees, and the licenses is 64% is it up, and I'm looking at the amount of actual compared to last year. I assume that's a good thing as much as I'm looking at here?
Yes, and Jason probably could answer that a little more, but there was a revision to the permit schedule this past year, so across the board, they were elevated a little bit, which would indicate, more revenue. It is a healthy growth right now, but
it's really healthy.
Yes, from what I understand in the permitting office as well, there was still, decent activity in the construction side of things as well. So I think I will take this as a hopeful sign, Ms. Monroe.
And the same on your revenue from use of money and property?
Yes.
I think you have 123% compared to this actual year to date from last year. I think was good. And your miscellaneous revenue looks good, I believe, from what I'm looking at money-wise. I'm just looking at dollars.
Right.
I like looking at money.
Yes.
And the same with your 81% on the operating and non-operating and miscellaneous.
Yeah, we'll have to go back and look. That's a good thing. That's why we didn't rush out and look at it. We've received sale of an asset or something like that at one time, obviously, and we're happy, Jason, if we could put a note to check that out, what's been put in that account. I always like to see that. That's a hard one each year. It's kind of like a heart monitor. It can go up and down depending on the activity in that area.
That one is definitely performing well. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. If we can flip over to the final page in the expenditure summary, and I'll be as brief as I can on this one. Things look pretty good across the board. I think, once again, we are trying to get a grip on the inflationary issues that we're facing. I was looking through the couple of the annualized inflation reports for the last couple of years, and we've probably, from 3 years ago, our purchasing power has probably dropped about 10%. And that's going to start to show itself. We already, budget department is already getting some calls and stuff. We're monitoring those. So that will be the stress that the operating departments find themselves in this year, along with just about everybody else in the private sector and the public sector as well. So we're not alone in that. It's just the reality that we have. As you look down through the list, once again, everything is fairly easily within the 50%. You see the public safety. That is primarily overtime between fire and police, fire and EMS and police. We are taking some looks at that to see if there's something we can do different. As well as in public works, you'll see at 66%. Once again, the culmination of our paving project that the later warmness kind of late into the fall helped us do a lot more. That should equalize itself as we continue through the winter now. So I will leave it at that, see if there are any questions that I may answer for you, and if not, I'll let you go on with your business or your break.
Question? No, thank you, Brent.
Thank you.
All right. Let me remind council that we have a lot of items recommended for action still. All right, still. So let's take a 10-minute recess and come back and get right into this. We got a lot of things to take care of. Thanks.
We're here, well, she's in the room, so we're good.
And they need to know that.
Just don't ask her to read a paragraph yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Remember, I was looking at him like, no.
All right. Bob, thanks for the briefings, and we're going to receive it and file the briefings. We'll go now to items recommended for action. Item A is acceptance of Virginia 911 Services Board FY24 Staffing Recognitions Grant. There are two measures. One is a resolution.
Move the resolution.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, could you read the title paragraph?
An ordinance authorizing the acceptance of funding by the Virginia 911 Services Board FY24 Staffing Recognition Grant for one-time funding to PSAPs to recognize and retain their telecommunicators, authorizing the city manager or his designee to execute any documents necessary to receive such funding and to take such further actions and execute such other documents as may be necessary to obtain, accept, implement, administer, and utilize such funds, and dispensing with the second reading by title of this ordinance.
And Mayor, the reason it's an ordinance and not a resolution on this one is because it deals with a bonus. The Code of Virginia requires that that be adopted by ordinance. Ordinarily, it would be a resolution, as you'll see with the other grants.
We need to amend the motion.
So then, there's not a resolution then?
Not a resolution, it's an ordinance.
I know, but we moved the resolution.
It's an
It's an
ordinance. We're just going to change the title to ordinance.
That's great, all right. I was saying what the motion was, but it's fine, all right, let's move on.
All right, any discussion by members of council?
Ready to vote.
Mayor, I just have a question. It's not a hard one, it's an easy one, actually. How many of the employees will be affected by this that's getting this money? Do you?
I think that's easy ones.
Yeah.
My easy answer to that is all of them that work that are the telecommunicators.
That's what I mean. And do you know how many employees it is?
I do not.
Okay, that's why I just asked
But
that.
it will be all of the folks that are full-time.
So it's
as
all
well
of
as
them and the
part-time that are
part-timers,
with
yeah.
911. It will be as far as I know, it actually goes to the telecommunicators, the actual folks that are actually working on 911, and maybe the administrators are a part of that also.
So the administrators too?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's it.
And we're asking that it be adopted in accordance with the grant, so that if we don't spend it all on our existing employees, the grant still allows to utilize some funds to recruit people. So if some people leave before the deadline of June 30th, and the manager of the 911 center needs to add a sweetener to recruit some people, it's available for them.
All right, Ms. Romans is here. Do you have any comments or anything to say on this?
Sorry, I didn't send you back there, Sonia. She knows how many people.
employees it is?
See, if I know you're back there, you know that answer.
Yeah, you've been here all day. all
Good evening,
afternoon.
Mayor and members of City Council. Bob is correct, all employees, we have a total of 41 right now. All employees, with the exception of myself, will not receive that bonus. I did not include myself. Those that work on, I don't work on the floor anymore, so I will be excluded, even though I do come in, and, when critical incidents happen, but I believe it is best served for my employees to receive that bonus. Any other questions?
Just a comment to thank your employees, because they do a great job. And I know that they're working hard and understaffed, and it's not an easy job, so I appreciate what they do.
Thank you so much.
I do have a question. You mentioned understaffed. How many vacancies do you have?
Right now, it's 7, and we've been doing really, really good with recruiting. But with that being said, we have 14 new people, and it takes a year to get through the program. So with 14 new people and they're not through the program yet, we could lose some. So it's always, sometimes a revolving door, but we're working really hard to retain.
Okay, good.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if there's no further discussion, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on this?
Mr. Pretty?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cobb?
Aye.
Ms. White Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones? And Mayor Lee.
Aye, and the ordinance passes. All right, we got a budget ordinance.
Move the budget ordinance.
Second.
Madam Clerk, please read the title paragraph.
An ordinance to appropriate funding from the Virginia Department of Emergency Management, amending and reordaining certain sections of the 2023-2024 grant funds appropriations and dispensing with the second reading by title of this ordinance.
All right. Any questions by members of council? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Pretty?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cobb?
Aye.
Ms. White Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones? And Mayor Lee.
Aye, and the budget ordinance passes. All right, item B is the acceptance of the 2024 Firearm Violence Intervention and Prevention Grant. There are two measures here. First is a resolution.
Move the resolution.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, please read the title paragraph.
A resolution authorizing the acceptance of the 2024 Firearm Violence Intervention and Prevention Grant made to the City of Roanoke by the Virginia Department of Criminal Justice Services and authorizing execution of any required documentation on behalf of the city.
All right, any discussion among council?
If I could just sort of give a 2-second overview of what this is. Well, it takes longer, 2 seconds, but an overview of what this is. So as a part of Governor Youngkin's Operation Bold Blue Line, there were a series of dollars made available through the General Assembly as well as others. And one of those is this grant program that came through DCJS. And so they put out a call for proposals, and you can only use it for these purposes. So it was to support the hiring of a local coordinator, criminal justice planner, or create a new local position dedicated to local violent crime funding and coordination. Those were basically the three options. In consultation with the deputy chief at that time, the interim chief, with it, we opted for the local coordinator position, made application for that. We were fortunate to receive the funding. It is for 2 years, so it's a pilot kind of for 2 years. So this will fund the position with no local match. It'll fund the salary of the position, the equipment for the position, and the supplies and some training attached to that also. At the end of that 2-year period, we'll have to decide as a city if we want to continue and either secure additional grant funds or incorporate that in. Very similar to what we did with the reset coordinator. The reset coordinator was hired with a grant like this, was based in the city manager's office. At the end of, I think, the first year, we decided we would actually roll it into the general fund budget and actually moved it, in this case, moved that one over to the police out of the city manager. So same kind of approach with this one. They will be coordinating all of the disparate activities that are going on relative to gun violence. Don't even know what the salary for the position is yet, because once the grant's approved, we'll have to actually craft the job description, run that through our HR folks, and then be able to actually, we have an idea of what it is that we create the grant with, and then we'll actually post the job with it. So that's kind of what it is, but I think it'll still be a few months before we actually have somebody in this position.
Let me have a follow-up on that. They'll be coordinating the activities of the Gun Violence Commission?
No, it'll actually be all of the different, so we've got activities going on with the Gun Violence Prevention Commission, the Star City Safe initiative that we mentioned earlier. Police have kind of non-law enforcement things that are going on. We've got work going on with the Attorney General's office, work going on with the U.S. Attorney's office. All these are non-law enforcement, non-judicial. So these are the things that they're doing that are not tied with those pieces. And this program, the way that the DCGS funded is they want to make sure that there's not duplication of efforts going on so that this person can aid in coordinating that, and also hopefully use it as an opportunity to actually take some of what somebody's doing and may leverage some other funding opportunities associated with it. So it really is to coordinate those non-law enforcement, non-judicial activities that all those different groups are doing in the community, all toward gun violence piece with it. So.
Will they work out of your office?
They will, and part of the reason for that, it's similar to Reset, that's how we'll start, because they're trying to coordinate stuff across a bunch of different departments. In Reset's case, we ultimately decided it made more sense in a permanent way to keep that in police. That may happen with this too. We may decide that we don't want to keep, we may decide that the position's not something we want to keep permanently. We may decide if it is, that it may go someplace else. But I think initially we wanted it to start here in the city manager's office so that we can coordinate across all the departments that are involved in it.
Has a salary been set for that position?
Not yet. Angie, do you remember when we did the draft for the grant, did we have a salary range established?
Well, somewhere around the pay grade 13, so
Okay.
somewhere between, I want to say it starts around 60,000.
Okay, so around 60,000, pay grade 13. But again, we have not actually run that through HR yet with the job description piece. That we had to do something for the budget when we submitted for the grant application.
And you're looking at 2 years.
2 years. And again, it has to fit within the grant, because we're not putting any local dollars toward the effort. So.
All right. Ms. Moon Reynolds.
Thank you. I know this is something that evidently, I saw it on in the news. That's what caught my eye the first time, so I know the public is seeing this come out. And what I noticed when I was reading it, and it was quoted by the news media as well, was that the intent is to focus on coordinating the gun violence reduction strategy with employing this coordinator. And what I'm interested in is that, and you mentioned this part, the coordinator will report the spending of the commission grant funds to you, Bob. And this is the piece that I just need a little bit more explanation. With oversight by the city council and coordination with the Gun Violence Prevention Commission. I'm not sure what they mean with the oversight by the city council.
There will still be other grants. So like, for example, if this coordinator position, when they're working with the other folks involved in this, identify other DCJS grants, just use that as an example, as an opportunity, that grant still has to be approved by you all, so you will still provide oversight.
Right, other than approve, is that the oversight is what we just approved?
Yes,
Okay.
not on the people, not on their day-to-day work. It's just if
Thank
they
you.
actually identify other sources of funding that require approval here, that's where you would actually exercise oversight beyond the oversight that we provide. Because, again, you may decide with whatever that grant application is, that is not something that you would want to pursue with it. That's the level of oversight.
And because it's just a created position, will it work closely also with the gun violence coordinator as well?
Yes, with the Youth and Gang Violence Prevention Coordinator. Yes. Matter of fact, Chris is actually he started the same way with a DCJS grant. He is now staff, but his two outreach workers are still grant funded. And so, yes, that's an example again. They're not doing law enforcement, they're doing other forms. They would be a part of that effort to coordinate all those components too. Yes.
And the other piece is, was there any input also now that you've got the grant coming on with Chief Booth, since they did come before his time?
Yes, so when we decided to apply for the grant, that was when Chief Stokes was the interim.
Right.
When we received the grant, Chief Booth was here, so he has reviewed this with us also. So yes, everybody's comfortable with where we are with this part. He will also be involved once we actually finish all of the initial paperwork in actually the hiring of the candidates. So we'll make sure that they're involved in that piece also, because again, the goal is to have everybody coordinated with the result of this position, so we want to make certain that everybody's comfortable with whoever gets selected for it.
Right,
but yes.
okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, we ready to call the roll, Madam Clerk?
All right. Mr. Pretty?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cobb?
Aye.
Ms. White Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones? Mayor Lee?
Aye. And the resolution passes. We have budget ordinance. Madam Clerk, please read the title paragraph.
An ordinance to appropriate funding from the Virginia Department of Criminal Justice Services for the Firearm Violence Intervention and Prevention Grant, amending and reordaining certain sections of the 2023-2024 grant fund appropriations and dispensing with the second reading by title of this ordinance.
All right, any discussion by members of council? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Pretty?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cobb?
Aye.
Ms. White Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones? Mayor Lee?
Aye, and the budget ordinance passes. Item C is the appropriation of retained earnings for parking fund capital projects. There is a budget ordinance.
Move budget ordinance.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, please read the title paragraph.
An ordinance to appropriate funding from the parking fund retained earnings to the preventive maintenance at Elmwood Center in the Square Tower, Market, Church Avenue, Gainsborough, and Campbell garages, amending and reordaining certain sections of the 2023-2024 parking fund appropriations, and dispensing with the second reading by title of this ordinance.
All right, any discussion by members of council? I see Brian Mann is here, but hearing no discussions, then Madam Clerk, you call the roll.
Mr. Pretty?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cobb?
Aye.
Ms. White Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones? Mayor Lee?
Aye, and the budget ordinance passes. Thank you, Brian. All right, item D is acceptance of Virginia Department of Emergency Management State Homeland Security Program funding, hazardous materials. We got two measures. First is a resolution.
Move the resolution.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, please read the title paragraph.
A resolution accepting the Virginia Department of Emergency Management State Homeland Security Grant, hazardous materials, to the city from the Virginia Department of Emergency Management, and authorizing execution of any required documents on behalf of the city.
All right, any discussion by members of council? All right, hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Pretty?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cobb?
Aye.
Ms. White Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Lee?
Aye, and and the resolution passes. Now we have a budget ordinance.
Move the budget ordinance.
Second.
Madam Clerk, please read the title paragraph.
An ordinance appropriating funding from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security through the Commonwealth of Virginia Department of Emergency Management for hazardous materials, emergency responses, and training and development, amending and reordaining certain sections of the 2023-2024 grant fund appropriations, and dispensing with the second reading by title of this ordinance.
All right, any discussion by members of council? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Mr. Pretty?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cobb?
Aye.
Ms. White Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones? And Mayor Lee?
Aye, and the budget ordinance passes. Item E is acceptance of Virginia Department of Emergency Management State Homeland Security Program funding, technical rescue team. There's a resolution.
Move the resolution.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, please read the title paragraph.
A resolution accepting the Virginia Department of Emergency Management State Homeland Security Program grant funding, technical rescue, to the city from the Virginia Department of Emergency Management, and authorizing execution of any required documents on behalf of the city.
All right, any discussion by members of council? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Pretty?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cobb?
Aye.
Ms. White Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones? Mayor Lee?
Aye, and the resolution passes. The budget ordinance.
Move the budget ordinance. Second.
Madam Clerk, please read the title paragraph.
An ordinance appropriating funding from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security through the Commonwealth of Virginia Department of Emergency Management for equipment and supplies for the Regional Technical Rescue Team, amending and reordaining certain sections of the 2023-2024 grant fund appropriations, and dispensing with the second reading by title of this ordinance.
All right, any discussion by members of council? All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Pretty?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cobb?
Aye.
Ms. White Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones? And Mayor Lee?
Aye, and the budget ordinance passes. Item F is the execution of amendment number 2 to the performance agreement dated January 18, 2023, among the City of Roanoke, Virginia, Riverdale Southeast LLC, and the Economic Development Authority of the City of Roanoke, Virginia. There's an ordinance.
Move the ordinance.
Second.
Madam Clerk, please read the title paragraph.
An ordinance authorizing the proper city officials to execute an amendment number 2 to an economic development performance agreement among the City of Roanoke, Virginia, the Economic Development Authority of the City of Roanoke, Virginia, and Riverdale Southeast LLC, a Virginia limited liability company, authorizing the city manager to take such actions and execute such documents as may be necessary to provide for the implementation, administration, and enforcement of such amendment number 2, and dispensing with the second reading of this ordinance by title.
All right, any discussion by members of council?
So if I may, just again, to give a quick overview of this, this item. So this is obviously the Riverdale redevelopment area. This is, the only effect of this amendment is to expand the area that is included in the agreement. It doesn't change any of the other original terms in terms of timing, the length of the agreement, or the benefits of the agreement. This is actually to pick up the area where AEP had their regional training facility and center that they have recently vacated in the surrounding land. So that will allow that property to be incorporated into the Riverdale Development Agreement, which Ed either has bought or has under contract in order to be able to buy that piece. The one effect, the one material effect that it does have is obviously it adds area that can be accounted for, if you will, with development activity that takes place on it to meet the obligations under the performance agreement. So that's the one material effect that it has on the agreement, but it doesn't change any of the other terms or principles. And I know Laura Carini worked on the agreement, and of course Cooper's here from the legal side with Ed, and of course Ed, if you should have any questions about anything. And the last thing I'll say is, if you haven't been out there, progress is being made significantly in Riverdale, so there's really good progress toward the objectives that have been set for that. But happy to answer any questions.
Mayor Lee.
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to, and Bob, correct me, I'm going to kind of rephrase what you
Sure.
said to make sure I've got it right. So I know this adds additional land into it that will apply towards the rebate that goes back towards the property so that they meet their goals,
Correct.
hopefully sooner than later. It still retains the ability for a future council, if certain goals aren't met, they'll have to vote whether or not to continue that agreement, so that hasn't changed at all. And most of this is really land value, so it's not as though we're really foregoing much revenue on that increased cost. And at some point, we will retain that again once the agreement runs out.
Right, and again, you're still getting the tax revenue that exists on the property now. It's any new development is what you're going to actually change under that piece. But you're correct, it has a building on it right now, but most of it is also land that's outside the floodplain. So I would expect you're likely to see new development, and that's where that, which currently isn't generating any tax revenue with that new development.
Yeah.
So that's where you would see that, yes.
Thank you.
All right, any other discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Mr. Pretty?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cobb?
Aye.
Ms. White Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones? Mayor Lee?
Aye, and the ordinance passes. Item G is the adoption of a resolution authorizing the participation of the Greater Williamson Road Area Business Association in the Virginia Main Street Program. There's a resolution.
Move the resolution.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, please read the title paragraph.
A resolution approving the Greater Williamson Road Area Business Association's participation in the Virginia Main Street Program as an exploring Main Street community, and authorizing the city manager to take such further action as may be necessary to implement and comply with such program.
All right, is there any discussion?
The only thing I would do is acknowledge that Val is here from the Business Association in case you have any questions about kind of why they're pursuing this or what they think they may do with that. So, because she'll do better than I can in answering that. So,
God bless her, she's been here all day.
Well, being that you've been here all day, Val, you get a chance to tell us, why.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, because I wanted to ask that question.
Thank you very much, and it has been a day, for sure. If you remember, a couple of years ago, we applied for a grant from the Commonwealth through their Main Street program, and we received $150,000, of which we used to build our new home and the Williamson. which is a shared office workspace. Now we want to take that same opportunity. We want to apply for some more money from them and build a facade grant program for the corridor for Williamson Road. And in the interim 2 years since we first applied and now, they have become more structured because they, A, want buy-in from the local community. So it's not just Williamson Road saying, we want to do this. And they also want to be able to offer some constructive help should we need it, and also open up to other grants as we move down the road. So they are saying that we need to now become a card-carrying member, if you will, of the Main Street program. And in order to do that, we have to have the backing of the local municipalities.
All right, any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, we're ready to call the roll.
All right. Mr. Pretty?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cobb just left. Ms. White Boyd? Aye. Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Ms. Moon Reynolds? Aye. Ms. Sanchez Jones? And Mayor Lee.
Aye, and the resolution passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, item H is the acceptance of additional Virginia Department of Transportation, VDOT, local revenue sharing funding for the Rosina Main Street Bridge Replacement Project. There's a resolution.
Move the resolution. Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, please read the title paragraph.
A resolution authorizing the acceptance of additional Virginia Department of Transportation local revenue share funding for the Wasena Main Street Bridge Replacement Project, and authorizing execution and filing of appropriate documents to obtain such funds.
All right, any discussion by members of council?
So a couple of things on this one, just to kind of, because this is, though thankfully this is a receipt of funding, so it probably warrants some further conversation. I know you all have met with, I think, every one of you individually to talk about this, and it ties back to the Wasena Main Street Bridge, which is a $46.9 million project, which when we received bids, as you know, and we shared this with you going all the way back actually to the budget retreat, that we were $18 million short in what we had available for funding. The first pursuit was this pursuit, which was to see if VDOT could aid us any further. As you all know, we take care of all of our own streets and bridges, but we also get some assistance from time to time from VDOT, and they had already assisted us. They had assisted us about $4 million on this bridge. With the increase, our staff went back and asked if they would be open to additional increases, and this $6.5 million takes us to the maximum that they can provide in this project, which is $10 million. So my first words are thanks to VDOT and their commitment to this project, because had we not received this, it would have been more impactful to us as we move forward. Staff, as you know, has also identified so we're able to, with this, and by actually moving a couple of other capital projects, or at least considering moving those capital projects to later, meaning beyond to 27 instead of in 25 or 26, move those to 27. Right now, that is predominantly the Williamson Road Fire Station, still will be constructed just perhaps later. That gives us the money to be able to do this bridge. Now, we are still pursuing ways to lessen that and maybe not have to move it out quite as far, and we'll talk more about that at your February briefing on CIP, but certainly wanted to let you know, or let the public know, of course, that's how we're paying for this at this point, is with this funding that we received from VDOT, the additional funding, and by taking a project that is currently planned to begin construction in 26, really, FY 26, in there, moving it to FY 27. We've freed up enough money to actually go ahead and move in this project. It is under contract, surveying work has already begun, and we anticipate the bridge will close and demolition will begin this spring. And so we'll have certainly more briefings, more conversation as we progress. And again, in February, we'll talk a little bit more about the impacts on the overall CIP and how we'll advance forward. But I certainly want to, again, thank VDOT and also acknowledge the work that Ross Campbell and Luke Pugh and Dwayne Diardan have done in being able to actually find the dollars to make this happen, and also the conversations that they've had with VDOT to get us to this point. So happy to answer any questions you might have, and Ross is certainly here to answer anything that you might have for him as well.
Just one question, it's just going to keep getting more expensive if we keep waiting longer, so let's do it.
Definitely. And you all know, that was one of the options we contemplated was, do we just say we cannot do this bridge? The ramifications of that are that, one, it continues to get more expensive, and oddly enough, begins to start qualifying for more VDOT funding because the bridge would start to fail. But the consequences of that failure mean we had to start actually excluding traffic on the bridge and eventually close it to traffic while trying to secure funding. And we felt an individual consultation with you all affirmed that was not a tenable solution, that we needed to figure out a way to keep this thing on schedule and moving it forward, even though it was expensive. One fact that Ross has provided us that I have shared with you individually is the steel cost on this bridge alone is the equivalent of the entire Franklin Road Bridge. That's how much inflation has affected these kinds of projects, and it is I'm certain by far the largest capital project that we've done in the city, certainly in recent history, probably going back to the high schools were the only things that would approach this. So hopefully not signs of things to come, but I think we will continue to see price increases as we do these kinds of projects.
And Mr. Cowell, if I may, Mayor, pushing back the one CIP project, which would be the fire station, I know there was a lot of concern about that, but when you and I spoke, it sounded like it would not even be a whole year, maybe less than a year, because I know there are some folks who are still concerned about that.
Yeah, so it was, right now, it's in your CIP for, it's been in your CIP for a couple of years, starting with land acquisition and design and then construction. So we have acquired a part of the land and, of course, demolished the motel that was on it. We're currently working on acquiring the adjacent piece of property, which is a key piece. So we haven't even acquired all the property yet.
Right.
The design will proceed as was scheduled, so we're not removing the funding for design. That will take place, assuming land acquisition goes well. That'll take place in '24 and may carry over into calendar year '25. Calendar year '25 is when we anticipated construction beginning. In reality, we're now looking at calendar year '26, which we consider fiscal year '27.
Right.
So it probably has cost 6 to 9 months in that schedule. Now we will, and Chief knows this because we've had this conversation, we will also be looking at the scale of that project and the scope of that project, because if we can actually reduce the scope of the project, we may be able to move it sooner rather than later also.
I just wanted to reduce some concerns that were shared with some of my other council members.
Yeah, no, the project is definitely still moving forward. I think it's probably cost us, 6-9 months in timing, if we can keep it on schedule. And we'll talk more in February. We still have questions about what we can keep on schedule out of our entire capital project, or capital program, just because of cost going up. So, but we'll have more of those conversations. And the financial advisor will be here at that February briefing also to share more information with us.
And I just have a question for you too, Bob, if I may, Mr. Mayor. You've shared with us on several occasions the delay, the reasons behind the delay, and I'm not sure how much of the public is aware of that delay and why now it's costing us that additional $18 million, other than COVID delaying it during that time. What has really caused the delay of getting that bridge put in?
Yeah, so there's kind of two things that have conspired against us, if you will, for costs. One of those is sort of macro scale, which is really global, not even just national, which is the commodities prices. So steel prices have been escalating across the globe, largely, first because of supply chain issues that were tied to COVID, and then ultimately due to inflation. And it's unlikely that those prices I think have slowed, but they're not going to come down. So that's kind of the new reset prices. So that was going on at the macro scale and is affecting construction projects all over the world. Locally, what was happening also is that obviously supply chain slowed some things down here locally, but we also have to get a permit in order to actually cross the railroad with this. And that permit took close to 2 years to secure. And certainly during that time, we were watching prices obviously escalate with time as it went on. The market is so volatile that one of the questions that Ross asked, I had asked Ross to ask the contractor, so the bids were good for 60 days, and we said, could we get another 30 days just so we can make certain that we got this funding from VDOT? And the contractor was willing to do so, but because of the volatility of the steel, he wanted to be held harmless just for those 30 days and what the cost increase would be. So that gives you a sense of, really, at this point, any delay is likely to result in increased costs. And certainly, we were bearing the brunt of that during that time frame. We were trying to secure permits and all of those activities that were going on. And unfortunately, I think this is going to, again, become kind of the norm with our capital project. We're going to keep seeing those prices escalate, and it will ultimately cause us to reevaluate what we can actually include in the capital programs.
All right, thank you.
All right. Madam Clerk, we ready to vote?
Yes, sir. Mr. Britty?
Aye.
Ms. White Boyd? Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
And Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones? Mayor Lee?
Aye. And the resolution passes.
Thank you.
There's an ordinance.
Move the budget ordinance. Second.
Madam Clerk, please read the title paragraph.
All right.
Did I read that? Did I read this ordinance?
No, you didn't.
All right, yeah, I thought that. That went too quick. I knew something was wrong.
Yeah, we with you, Mayor, we with you.
Something,
We all read it in our.
something wrong. All right. Adoption of an ordinance amending and reordaining Section 32-86, Financial Eligibility, Division 4, Exemption for Elderly and Disabled Persons.
That's the next item there.
Well, that's,
Well,
This
that's,
is budget ordinance, Mayor, and I think that it's already been moved. Mr. Preddy moved the budget ordinance. Specifically stated budget ordinance, so we're good. If she reads the title paragraph, then we
okay,
can vote.
I just wanted to make sure.
She just needs to read the title paragraph.
to the budget ordinance we just passed.
No, didn't pass it.
pass because you haven't read it.
You had a motion and a second.
Okay, I'm lost too, Mayor.
We got you here.
We did the resolution.
On the Wasena Bridge.
Right, and
Yeah.
then the budget.
Now,
is
we
on
got to do the ordinance, okay. An ordinance to appropriate funding from the Virginia Department of Transportation for the replacement of the Wasena Bridge, amending and reordaining certain sections of the 2023-2024 capital projects fund appropriations, and dispensing with the second reading by title of this ordinance.
All right. Is there any discussion by members of council? Call the roll, Madam Clerk, please.
Okay, Mr. Pretty?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cobb? He's not here. Ms. White Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones? Mayor Lee?
Aye. And the ordinance passes. All right. Now, where are we, Madam Clerk?
Aye.
Pardon me?
We where you were now.
I can't hear everybody. What did you say? Where are we, Madam?
We are on I now.
Adoption of an ordinance amending
Yes.
and reordaining Section 32-86, Financial Eligibility, Division 4, Exemption for Elderly and Disabled Persons, Article 2, Real Estate Taxes, generally, Chapter 32, Taxation Code of the City of Roanoke, 1979, as amended. There is an ordinance.
Move the ordinance. Second.
Madam Clerk, read the title paragraph, please.
It's a long day. An ordinance amending and reordaining Section 32-86, Financial Eligibility, Division 4, Exemption for Elderly and Disabled Persons, Article 2, Real Estate Taxes Generally, Chapter 32, Taxation, Code of the City of Roanoke, as amended by the addition of new subsection J, increasing from $42,000 to $48,350, the maximum combined income that may be earned by the owner, relatives, non-relatives living in a dwelling to qualify for the exemption, and dispensing with the second reading of this ordinance by title.
All right, any discussion?
So Quick overview on this one. So you may recall, I don't know that any of us did, but you may recall that back in April, actually, of last year, and May, we had discussion of this item when we were actually working on the current budget that we're working on right now. So in April, the idea came up of changing some of these thresholds, which have not been changed for a number of years, tied to these exemptions. And then in May, there was actually a fairly lengthy discussion regarding what those thresholds could be, and how to proceed. And we just kind of stopped at that point because we were finishing up the FY24 budget, and it was already actually middle way through the time period to apply for these exemptions. So what these are for is there are folks in our community that can qualify for basically freezing or exempting parts of their taxes. The two that we're talking about here are folks that are 65 or older and who are fully disabled. And then there is an income threshold attached to it. So it's not just because you're 65 or older, but actually because your income does not exceed, your household income does not exceed this amount, and your total wealth does not exceed another amount in there. What you all had decided at that time last year was that there was a desire to change the threshold, which was set at $42,000. So your income, your household income could not exceed $42,000, and adjust that to $48,350, which at that time was the 80% AMI that HUD uses, which we use for other purposes with that also. That's what the ordinance is that's in front of you. It changes that. At that time, you opted not to make any change to the larger threshold. If you remember, we weren't sure, we still aren't sure, what the revenue impact of this is, because since this is income-based, we don't know how many people will actually qualify or how many will actually seek the exemption. But I think when we looked at it last time, the folks that qualified, the effective revenue that was for this at that time was about $300,000 worth of revenue was exempted under the current threshold. And so we just used it as an example that if somehow by doing this you doubled that, $600,000, you tripled it. But we really don't know till we go through a year of this program. So anyway, that's the ordinance that you have in front of you, is to make those changes that you talked about last year. We could certainly, again, when we get to the tax rate discussion as a part of the budget briefings later in the year, we could certainly have further conversation beyond this action. But this is really related to the action that you discussed back in April and May. And the application period for these begins April 1. So this would be put in place in time for folks to actually make application this year with their tax bills. So.
All right, Ms. Sanchez-Jones.
Yes. Mr. Kyle, when are the applications will be available for senior citizens to fill them out?
When would the applications? I would look to the Commissioner of Revenue to answer that question, who has also sat here through the entire meeting.
Thank you.
So for taxpayers who are not already in the program, they can contact the office to get enrolled into the program, and applications will be going out in March. Like the city manager stated, the application period is open from April 1st until May 31st.
I thought at one point, in order to, if you meet several of the requirements, like over 65, and how, the income is 42,000?
48.
48,000?
It's 42 currently.
It's 42,000 currently for the qualification. So if you earn more than that, just using simple terms, because there are exemptions that apply. If you have family members, you can exempt a certain amount of their income. Family members that live with you, you can exempt a certain amount of income. But just for the sake of simplicity, if you are an individual person who is over the age of 65 and made less than up to $42,000 annually, and had less than $160,000 in assets, excluding the value of the home and the first acre of property that the home is situated on, you would qualify for this program.
But don't you have to be disabled or something?
No, those are two separate programs. If you're disabled, fully disabled, you can participate in that separate program that has the same qualifications as the age-based.
So if you're you have your assets total more than
$160,000. So value of your cars, your retirement plan, stuff that you have in your bank account, not your house. No, it excludes your house and the first acre of
And if you
property that it's on.
remember back in
Oh, I
May,
might be in the
when
ballpark on
when
this.
May, when we did this presentation, part of what we shared with you was in Salem, that number is set at 100,000, and in Roanoke County, that number is set at 200,000. There was no real consistency or any kind of rhyme or reason, I think, with the other jurisdictions. Everybody's using different thresholds. That's it.
And localities operate the program differently by locality. For example, us here in Roanoke and Roanoke County have the freeze program. Some localities do a program whereby they forgive, they exempt up to 100% of real estate tax based on certain income thresholds, which is just a completely different thing. So there are whole different ways to, make the salad palatable to the citizens.
I like that.
Well, thank you, Al. That's
Okay.
interesting. Maybe some things there.
Mr. Mayor, I just have a comment when you finish.
I'd say let her first and then have some questions.
Mine is just a comment, and that's just to thank you all for, and Bob and all, and council's agreement to increasing it for that amount, because I just look at those low income, those who are retired, who don't make $42,000, who just live on Social Security, per se, or a small pension. To me, that means a lot to them where their where their real estate taxes are frozen. At that, whatever level it is, to give them that
Certainly.
threshold. I just want to thank you for that.
Happy to help.
Mayor Lee.
Yes, sir.
First, I'm going to thank Councilmember Moon Reynolds for her persistency of making sure that this ended up on the agenda today, so that we could take action on it sooner. She's not going to be happy with it, where I'm going to go with the discussion now. But it's just to be frank at this hour, as we're almost at the 7 p.m. session. So this hasn't been updated since 2009, and the threshold then was 42,000. We're looking at increasing it about 6,000 now. But one of the questions I had for Bob was that the recommendation was to set it at the 80% of that average income. Was 80% chosen for any reason? Because when this was last updated in 2009, it was just at 100% of what the average income was for that year.
Yeah, no, I mean, there really wasn't. The 80% was selected because it's an amount that we use in other HUD programs to identify kind of low-income individuals. And it changes every year. So, for example, it was 48,350 when we talked about this last year. It is currently 51,200 at this point. And so that number fluctuates from year to year. It can go up or down because it really is dependent upon the local economy as it works its way through. But no, the 80% was chosen because it's there for HUD. There's the 30% number where there's the median income, 30% and 80%. 80% is what we use for other programs. That's why we just needed a number to kind of benchmark off of. So, yeah.
So to follow up on the comment I just made a minute ago, so I'm happy to move forward with this today. I would say generally, I do think the number should be higher. I would aim for closer to 60,000.
We had that conversation doing the budget, they were looking at higher, but 80% and.
But something I think this council should consider that may help us in the future, this number hasn't been updated since 2009, is that, we could take this action hopefully today, maybe a different action later, redefining this so it's based on the HUD number that is updated annually, and it goes back to look at that report. So that way, we don't end up with a situation where we haven't updated it in 14 years. And right now, if we were not to update it, you would be at like 65% of what the average income is, because it keeps going down if we don't take that action. And we could consider a policy that would help future councils and hold people accountable there, but that would require some more work with the city attorney's office, the commissioner's office, to make sure that that language made sense. So I want to say I'm happy to move forward on this generally today, but I hope council will consider something along those lines as an amendment near in the future so that we don't have to do this every other year.
Mr. Pretty, like you just said, and Mr. Howell said it could change, it could go up or it could go down, so would that mean bringing it back to council every time to adjust
No,
those numbers?
some other localities have some protections in where it looks at, you look at the number that's for the most recently available year, but it will round it up to the next $1,000, and you'd also have a provision in there that says that if it were to dip for the year before, you wouldn't be removed from the program.
So you would add that in the.
Yeah, and some other localities
in the
already have
ordinance.
this structured in there. It's something that updates they've been taking recently. But if we're making the first change since 2009, let's get this, but let's look at a way that we might be able to fix this for the long run.
You know, I think we can certainly bring in the discussion, much like we did last year, when we come forward with a discussion on tax rates, we can absolutely bring in some suggested language of how that would tie to the HUD number rather than that piece. Probably, I don't know that that would be something you would change right on the heels of changing this, because you probably would take care of this number now, and then as long as we all remember it, next year we would actually make adjustments if that's where everybody ended up with it. But we can have that conversation certainly during the tax rate discussion. So.
And that's where my base started with wondering what the 80% threshold was for that future consideration. But can we amend this today to at least raise it up to the 51,200?
Yeah, I mean, if, you know, the goal, again, in the conversation a year ago was to hit that 80% number. If we did that today, that number would be 51,200, not 48,350. So, I mean, if you want to hit the same target, you would amend that number in the ordinance, which is 48,350, to 51,200.
On that, a motion to amend the ordinance to strike $48,350 and to insert $51,200.
And I would second that, because that's what I was reaching for last year, trying to come closer to what the county had at that time. So this puts me where I was trying to get to.
Then, if I understand correctly, then what we would do is part of the discussion, we go into the tax rate piece, would be to have, as a part of that discussion, say, do we replace that fixed number with some kind of formula conversation?
Yes.
And we'll bring that, we'll work with the city attorney's office and the commissioner on what that might look like if we came forward. But that would not affect this filing. This filing would be under this 51,200 with the applications that the commissioner just mentioned.
Correct.
With those. Okay.
I follow
So
that.
it wouldn't affect this filing?
Right, this filing would for the 51,200 if approved, but not a formula. Any discussion we have out in April won't affect this current filing.
Correct.
51,200 would become the new number if that's what gets approved.
Correct.
So we got a motion to amend this?
Yes.
Motion and second to amend.
And a motion and a second.
All
And
right, Madam Clerk, call the roll on this again.
on the amendment.
On the amendment?
On the amendment.
All right. I'm writing all of this down so we can have it. All right, I'll call the roll. Mr. Pretty?
Aye.
Ms. White Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones? And Mayor Lee.
Aye. And the,
That's the amendment. Now you got, now, Tim, let me get out of
That's the
here.
amendment. Now we have to vote on the ordinance as amended.
Ordinance is amended.
all right. We don't need a motion for that, do we?
No, you just.
No.
All right, just an ordinance as amended. Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
All right, Mr. Pretty?
Aye.
Ms. White Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones?
Aye.
And Mayor Lee.
Aye. And that ordinance passes.
And we will also work, in addition to additional conversation like we just mentioned, we'll also work with the commissioner's office to get a sense of, over the course of this next year, what's the difference in participation? Because, again, we're going into this really having no idea what the revenue implications might be and how many other folks might be able to take advantage of it. Certainly, more people will now be eligible for relief under this program. The question just is how many, and we'll work through that over the course of the next year.
Yeah, and it's worth bearing in mind, don't mind me saying, that this isn't going to eat into revenues, it's just going to constrain growth on those revenues. So
the citizens understand what we're doing here.
Probably not.
If you're,
do you want me to look straight at the camera and start?
the simple
Some, but we're talking about the vast majority.
If you're
They
65 or
understand.
older and you're on a limited income, as we just established, or you're disabled on a limited income, talk to the Commissioner of Revenue's office, look at the applications that are available, because
So get
that
ready.
may allow you to offset what is now, as a result of increasing property values, an increase in taxes. That's the benefit of this piece. And unfortunately, at this very moment, there's no media in this room.
Yeah, I thought about it. No, I'm
Yeah.
gonna call them all.
And
So
be
we'll
very happy to
figure
work
out how to convey
with the
that.
city manager to communicate with the public on these changes that you all have approved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm pleased to recognize the city manager for the comments that you made.
Do I dare? The only thing I have to say really is, one, I want to acknowledge the work of all of the folks over this past couple of days to get our streets in great condition. We had some help with the sunshine, but we'll take it with it as well, but they did a great job. And of course, as you heard earlier, I mean, there are folks from multiple departments who started work yesterday when everybody else was able to enjoy a day off. They started work and worked all the way through. They'll work all the way through tonight as well. So certainly want to acknowledge their work and thank them for the effort that they put into what is going on. And as often the case with these, nothing goes without its own hiccups. So you all may or may not know this, but there was, in the middle of all this, there was a very large water main break, which of course froze, so they had to deal with that. And right outside this building, we had a brand-new truck, actually, one of our trucks actually catch on fire. So no one was injured, but totally destroyed the vehicle. So there's always stuff going on while we do it, and certainly want to acknowledge the work that they all did and thank them for that as well. So.
And also, Bob, could you just briefly just mention for the public, for those that have the youth recreation
Oh, yeah, the Washington
basketball,
Park pool.
please?
Yeah, I mentioned briefly with the ARPA, the Washington Park pool. So that project has been fully designed, obviously. Contract was approved for the contractor. Last week, they started surveying work out on the site. They'll start site prep work in the next month or so. And in the summer, they will have completed all of their permitting and start construction. And then we anticipate that the pool will be open not for this swimming season, but next year's swimming season. This year, we'll do the same thing. We'll do something similar to what we did last year, in that there'll be summer programming. I think I mentioned that we'll come forward to you all with some year-end funding that we'll be applying to that summer programming. I would say by spring, we'll be able, if not before, we'll be releasing what that summer programming looks like out at Washington Park, just so people know it is actually officially under construction as of last week. It's just, you won't see any dirt turning for a few more months stuff with it.
All right, well, we've got 3 closed meetings, but Bob, question that. Where's the pool going to be? That's been...
Yeah, so the pool is actually down next to the cottage. Actually, ironically, it actually is sitting very near where historically there was a pool down in that area. So if you go onto that property right now, there is, of course, the tennis courts that are there and the cottage, and it'll fit right kind of in the middle of those two. It will not, as we've mentioned before, it will not result in the demolition of the cottage. It's going to fit right in that area over there. Also will be a new parking lot constructed in that location. And I've sent out the site plan before, but certainly can make that available again to everyone to see how it fits within that
And I
area.
think you mentioned that it's a part of the pool sits where the playground area.
Yes.
The play equipment is sitting on top of the
Yeah, so we're gonna have-
pool.
Has that been made public?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's being
And we'll
more
have
so
to-
now.
And we'll have to relocate.
I know, but I mean.
Well, I missed
Yeah.
that then.
And we'll have to relocate the playground also. So our staff, the park staff, will be actually dismantling the playground and relocating it on site, because it actually will take up a part of where the playground is. It will take up where the tennis courts are also. Those courts will not be replaced, but the playground will be removed and relocated.
And how about the cottage?
It will still be there. I mean, it will not be demolished. Right now, it's actually encircled in a fence so that people cannot get over there, because, as I've said before, it is structurally unsound, and so that is still an unsolved issue. The only thing we did was we did not demolish it. We found a way to fit the pool in there and not demolish it, but it is going to be, we are going to be dependent on folks that advocate it for its,
To come up with some grants
Yes.
to, I don't know about restore it, but preserve it. I
Something-
don't even know if they're
something
gonna
so
be
it
able
doesn't
to-
fall down.
And that's for a future date to discuss.
Yes, and we will
Well,
be
I hope-
talking, yeah, we'll have more conversations about
I
that.
hope the building doesn't dictate that future date for us to discuss it. I mean,
Well, the building may, because it is structurally unsound, which is why we
well,
fenced it.
why
It is-
are
yeah.
we dealing with letting something that's structurally unsound stand? Why is that?
Yeah, we need to have the conversation, because just like the snow today, I mean, yesterday, you think about if it had been a heavy snow, the impact of coming down on, quote, what roof is left there, the weight,
Yeah.
it would have just been in worse shape
Yeah,
than it is now.
Our commitment, as you all recall, our commitment was, could we find a way to actually locate the pool that didn't require demolition, and we've done that. That is the extent of it now.
And that gave them time to look for
Right.
grants or whatever, but
Yeah.
are we in contact with those groups or
Yes.
organizations
That's
that wanted that to
Yeah,
stay?
I
So
will-
we
I
need
will
to
say-
have some conversations with
Yes.
them.
Yes, because at this
See where
point, I
the
will say
money is.
loosely we're in conversation, but we need to have more formal conversations.
Yes,
Correct,
because if there is no
correct.
funding, then we have to make a decision on what we're going to do with that structure.
Yeah, and
The focus right now has been get the pool under construction, and that's what we're focused
Now,
on.
let me be clear, the pool does not affect the tennis courts, is that
Oh,
right?
it will.
It will.
So that's what I mean, so it's an L shape going,
Yes,
or,
yeah. So the pool
T-shape,
house,
sort of
actually, the pool house runs
Yeah.
parallel to the street, and then the pool itself is perpendicular to
Going
that.
perpendicular,
At a slight
yeah.
angle,
Yeah.
over to where the playground is. It's all outside of the floodplain, but it is where a part of where the old pool was in that location.
Oh, man, the things you go through for not saying no. No.
Yeah.
You know,
Now we got
that's what
another-
you go through.
okay.
And that's all I had.
Where are we?
City attorney.
Item 2A, the adoption of a resolution authorizing a public-private partnership for the lease of portions of certain school property for installation of solar panels. There's a resolution.
Move the resolution.
Second.
Madam Clerk, read the title paragraph.
All right. A resolution authorizing a public-private partnership between the school board and Star Circle Solar LLC for the lease of a portion of certain school property in connection with a power purchase agreement entered into between the school board and Star Circle Solar LLC, and granting the school board lease rights for such property.
All right, any discussion? All right, Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Mr. Pretty?
Aye.
Ms. White Boyd? Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones? Mayor Lee?
Aye, and the resolution passes. Item B, reports of committees. The report of Roanoke City School Board requesting appropriation of funds for various educational programs, and report of the city manager recommending that council concur in the request. Donna Caldwell, Director of Accounting spokesperson. There's a budget ordinance.
Move the budget ordinance.
Second.
Any discussion by members of the council? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Well, I want to read the ordinance first. Can I do that? I didn't read it yet. Did I read this yet? No, I did not.
No, we're just ready.
I know. Let me read the ordinance, please, the budget ordinance.
Yeah.
An ordinance to appropriate funding from the Commonwealth federal and private grant for various educational programs, amending and reordaining certain sections of the 2023-2024 school grant fund appropriations, and dispensing with the second reading by title of this ordinance.
All right, there's no discussion. Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Mr. Pretty?
Aye.
Ms. White Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Ms. Moon Reynolds? Ms. Sanchez Jones? And Mayor Lee.
Aye, and the budget ordinance passes. Number 9 is unfinished business. Number 10 is introduction and consideration of ordinances and resolutions. Number 11, inquiries and comments by the mayor, members of city council. We have none. Item number 2 is vacancies on certain authorities, boards, commissions, and committees appointed by council. We'll do that, hopefully, with the time we have left. And so we'll be in recess now for 3 closed meetings, and we'll return to council at 7 p.m.